Morning, everybody.
The back's awful, Ed. It's broken, to be brutally honest.
How besides that, Mrs. Lincoln?
How is the play?
Is today National Barbecue Sauce Day or something?
No, today is nothing.
Nothing.
No, Jules, I literally have a broken back. I have 2 compression fractures in my vertebrae. We are dealing with how to handle that. I'm not messing around. When I say my back is broken, my back is broken.
Yes, coffin by. I just don't know how we turn that into a poll question. Yesterday was Wings Day.
All right, let's do this.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. It's a hump day, final one of July. Wait till I tell you what the magic numbers are. Hope your week's going well thus far. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Those football magic numbers, ladies and gentlemen, are 29 and 36. And for some of you, the number is 1. Hall of Fame game tomorrow night. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. Doing well. Ready for a hump day. Got a good show lined up today. We're inching closer to some preseason games. I know you don't care about that, and I don't to a large degree as well, but it makes people happy to see helmets and pads banging into one another and people being tackled and quarterbacks throwing interceptions and all of those fun things that will occur with preseason football starting. But I know you're even more fired up than preseason football because what are we, however many hours away from a trade deadline? I mean, it is right down to the end. It's tomorrow, and the moves will start coming, I think, in droves today.
35 hours and 58 minutes, Mark. Thanks for asking. The ticker is on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Not our screen, but that's a whole other story. But I'm sorry, 35 hours and 57 minutes and counting. Very slow start to the trade deadline. Lots of talk. Apparently the demands are high. This just in. The demands are always going to be high. Are you going to pay it or not? All right. But we'll see. We shall see. Not a lot's happened, but we called it. We were joking around about it yesterday. We called it. We said Baltimore and Toronto were playing a doubleheader, 12:30 and 6:30. And besides the fact that you could bet the nightcap with the 3 hours in between games, we even joked about you could trade someone from one team to the other in between games. And all they have to do is walk across the field. And sure enough, not only did the Orioles trade a reliever to the Jays about an hour before first pitch, the minor leaguer that Toronto was giving up to Baltimore, the Jays and Orioles organizations in Double-A were playing one another, and they walked that kid from one clubhouse to the other. Welcome to pro ball, young man. I mean, the reliever's been dealt now. This is the second straight trade deadline he's been dealt. He's pitched on like 4 teams. He just laughed it off.
He did get a strikeout, however, in game 2 of the doubleheader. He struck out his teammate from just hours before.
Correct.
I mean, that's my favorite part of the story.
Right. And he was laughing, and they're, good-natured laughing back at him and poking fun at him and what have you. He was out in the bullpen, which I believe at Camden is, I don't know, in the outfield somewhere. And so he's heckling the Orioles outfielders who were his teammates just a couple hours earlier. I don't know, Mark. It seemed fun to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. The pitcher took it well. We had a guy walk across from clubhouse to clubhouse in between 2 games of a doubleheader, and one walk across the field in minor league ball to complete the trade.
Well, because I don't know. I mean, it's been a long time since obviously you and I were ever out on the playground. But I mean, sometimes on the playground, you'd pick teams. And if one team was just significantly better than the other, okay, it'd be like, hey, Mark, yeah, you come over here. No, we need you. We're going to give you Henry. Okay, no, you come over here, even it out. And we'll see how this works out. But we may even have to swap one more guy to make this close to even.
Well, and I was thinking a little differently, similarly, but differently in this regard. Usually this would happen when the first kid got the call from his parents. All of a sudden
Right.
You heard mom out the front door, Johnny! And Johnny leaves.
Right.
And now the teams aren't fair. And it's like, Miller, you got to go play for the other team now. So essentially you're a player to be named later for a player who was released.
Mark, don't leave left field. You're playing it for both sides.
Right.
Okay. We'll let you know when it's your turn to bat.
Opposite field is now out because Johnny had to go home.
Right.
Exactly.
So the Orioles and Blue Jays did that yesterday, kinda. But
although I realize that things that we're just talking about there may show our age more than our references to 70s and 80s TV shows. And I think I told you this before. It's been a long time because my son's now 26. But I remember having a birthday party for him when he was pretty young, but he was playing ball. and invited a bunch of his buddies, and we walked to the park that was mere blocks from our house where he played ball. And one of the moms was there with me, and she was a good high school athlete and kind of understood sports. And to get the kids, and this is, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, to get these kids to try to organize themselves for a pickup game was like doing a calculus problem. They had no idea how to play a game without coaches instructing them where to go. I mean, a 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4, baseball game, we did all these things. They don't do that anymore.
No,
they don't have a clue.
Well, the world's a little different now. When you and I were growing up, this is how we were parented. Go outside and don't come back till dinner at 6. Oh, okay. And between whenever it was you got kicked out of your own house or apartment and 5:59, they didn't care where you were, just as long as you were back for dinner. Where were you? Out playing. Okay. Sit down. Dinner's ready.
Exactly.
But so it happened. We joked about it, and it actually happened. Miller and Moulton on this hump day. So you following the Trey Hendrickson story?
Yes, he's back in Cincinnati. He left Florida. He's now back in Cincinnati. He's not going to get fined anymore because he's going to show up at camp.
So he was disgusted with the Bengals when camp opened last week, and he and his wife got on the plane and went to Jacksonville.
Said by almost no one.
It's not true. It's actually a pretty fast-growing city, but
it's not a vacation destination.
No, it's not.
If you look at the state of that's all my point is. When you vacation in the state of Florida, David, I grew up traveling to Florida every year. People go to Orlando.
Yep.
They go to Marco Island. They go to Miami, Lauderdale, Boca. Fort Myers. They go to Sanibel. They go to a lot of different places.
They do.
In my life growing up, I don't ever remember saying, I'm going to Florida. We're going to Jacksonville for the week.
I agree.
It's not a vacation destination.
I agree. And, we don't know if he and the wife were going away on vacation, but he needed to stop working out in Ohio. The fact that he was that close to Bengals camp and everything was going on bothered him. So they got up and they went to Jacksonville. Oh, okay. So after around a week, according to reports, which goodness knows can be inaccurate, so he's decided to end his holdout. They have not talked during the week, he and the Bengals. They're no closer to an agreement. But Hendrickson, the word is, through his side, this is a good faith gesture. Listen, I really want to be there. I think we can win. So, all right, I'll end this. I'll come in. But come on now. Meet me halfway. How about a little good faith gesture on your side? Not this negotiating tack that you've taken in which you're only going to give me 1 year guaranteed. So we'll see if it works. And I'll be very curious if 3-4 weeks from now we get into the latter part of August and we don't have a deal. What does Trey Hendrickson do then?
Well, David, that's the interesting part to me, because if I read this right, if he walks out again of training camp and misses 5 days, so let's just say your scenario plays out and the Bengals aren't going to negotiate and they're like, I don't know what to tell you. You've got a contract for this year. You're going to play under it. If he leaves again and he stays away for 5 days, the Bengals can shut him down and owe him nothing. This is a power. This is a power play by the Cincinnati Bengals. They are imposing their power as being the team owners on this young man. That's it. We control you, not the other way around.
And what I will also be curious about is how publicly does Joe Burrow get involved? Because when Joe Burrow publicly got involved on behalf of the two wide receivers, the Bengals paid him. So does Joe Burrow publicly get involved about, hey, you are not doing right by our defensive captain?
I wouldn't be surprised, and it's just one little snippet, David. You know I love that quarterback show. But in the final episode of the last season they did with Burrow, the defense needed to make a play in order for Cincinnati to win. And Burrow's mic'd up, and he's on the bench watching. And he doesn't say, "Come on, defense, make a play." They've got him mic'd up. He says, "Come on, Trey, make a play." He knows who his guy is on that side of the ball.
Right. So what's interesting is the Broncos just did a long-term deal with their soon-to-be 30-year-old wide receiver in which they only guaranteed one of the 4 years in the extension. And the Bengals apparently are offering a similar type extension to Trey Hendrickson, who I believe is 30. And they're like, sure, we'll give you an extension. We'll only guarantee the first year of it. Miller and Moulton, good show lined up for you on this hump day. Thanks for listening.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Looks like they've taken them down to warnings. But how would you feel if you were on Hawaii and a tsunami warning came?
Right.
I mean, if I'm in a 10-story building on the top, I'm okay. But
yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of places you can hide there.
Right.
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 Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand there are mountains and things. I get it. There are some high points, but that's just, wow.
Did he buy the Batmobile, or was he
He was going
right,
to buy it after the robbery. He decided
backed
not.
off? Right. Yep.
I was bummed the Rays didn't win, but that was kind of a fun game to watch last night.
It was.
Well, I don't know how you can worry about a losing streak. One, Sonny, you can't do anything about it. Two, it's over.
Their lead's still 9.
Right. I mean,
no one in the division's 500. Team that's in second place is about to sell off everybody.
Exactly. The Twins have already sold off a couple of pieces.
So can you hold off the Royals?
Right. Right. More excited about tomorrow's MLB trade deadline or
the Hall of Fame
game?
I got to admit, if a guy's bouncing checks, why do you deny him bail? Doesn't he need to be like out doing things to try to cover for the checks? I don't know. Besides, shouldn't we deny bail for people who, I don't know, commit violence?
We don't do that because apparently they've already let the one Cincinnati guy go on bail, who is the more violent ones. Hey, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Don't know what we're going to do for a poll question today, but by this time yesterday, we had 2 poll questions posted. And what terrific questions they turned out to be. Both questions had final results of 51 to 49%. All right. Yesterday was National Wing Day. Flats or drums? Flats, 51-49. National Wing Day. Ranch or blue cheese? Blue cheese, 51-49. Now that's what we're talking about.
I love the fact that with poll questions, only 2 things seem to really matter to you. One, did you win said poll question?
And I lost both of those.
I understand that. More importantly, do we have a close vote?
Yes, very
I mean,
important.
That's really important to you.
It is. It's kind of like what we were talking about in the first segment. When you were a kid, picking teams. Okay, you got to pick competitive teams. Okay, come on. This game's got to be decent. It's got to be like the Yankees and the Rays last night. Rays jump out 3-0. Yankees come back 7-5 the final. That was a game.
It was a good game.
Yeah,
it was disappointing watching. Wanted to see the Rays win, but big one for the Yanks with Toronto dropping 2.
And they knew it. They knew one of them going in, and the second Jays-Orioles game was an hour ahead of their Rays game. So they were looking up at the scoreboard the whole time, and they knew what was going on. But yes, I like a good poll question.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. We'd have a great poll question. The vote could go decidedly one way.
And I thought we had one of those last week when Malcolm Jamal Warner passed and we did best 80s sitcom. I never expected that Cheers would get 70% of the vote. I think that was because of reruns. I think during the 80s, there's no way that Cheers would have beaten the Cosby Show and Family Ties like a drum the way it did last
I agree
week.
with that.
I think that's reruns, especially since now we haven't seen a Cosby rerun in, damn near a decade.
Right. Don't know if we ever will. Who's going to show it?
So,
but
anyway,
we've got a pretty good show lined up for you today.
Yeah.
Regardless of what the poll question may be. JP Shadrick will join us at 8:00 to talk about the Jags and their camp. And, they got this guy that's playing both ways, making some noise there.
Oh, and let me tell you, Mark, the crowds are big and they are enthusiastic. And apparently early in yesterday's practice, Trevor hit Travis on a bomb and the place exploded.
Damn right it did. Hey, David, going back to the phrase Pat Kerwin uttered on this show many years ago, franchises need one of two things, winning or hope. And the Jags didn't have a lot of winning. But now, David, there's a new sheriff in town. They've got an electrifying new player, and there is a lot of hope in Jacksonville.
Yes, there is.
Seth Everett to join us in the 8:00 hour as well in his usual spot. And Bobby Humphrey, former Alabama and NFL running back, will join us at 9:00. He is part of a new Alabama movie called Nothing But a Winner. The producer is his son, who also played at Alabama. But we'll talk to Bobby Humphrey at 9:00 this morning and probably hear Roll Tide at least once. And that's just for me.
If you have ever been to Bryant-Denny Stadium for an Alabama game, they play a video which was edited a few years ago in which it used to be mostly Paul Bear Bryant's voice underneath the video. And near the end of the video, Coach Bryant famously was asked one time, how do you want to be remembered? And he said, well, I ain't only been nothing but a winner. And that's how the video would end. And the place would go nuts because then also when the video ended, they went right into Sweet Home Alabama. And if you're ever at the game, they're playing Sweet Home Alabama, and the crowd yells, Roll Tide, roll. It fits really well. It's a great scene. And so it's a great title if you know anything about the Alabama football and or the experience at Bryant-Denny Stadium to title it Nothing But a Winner.
Well, and the first question I want to ask, because look, I understand that the Alabama fan is going to be chomping at the bit to watch this. You throw something to a fan base that's got some Bear Bryant and some Nick Saban, they're going to be in.
Right.
What I'm curious about is, do I want to watch it? If you're not an Alabama diehard, is there enough there? I mean,
Right.
that's my curiosity. Because
Fair
I
enough.
get it. The Alabama fan's going to love it.
Yes.
It was like the feature they did on the Gators a couple years back on Netflix. A Gator fan loved it. They didn't really get into any of the negative stuff. There was a lot more there than what they cared to report on.
Well, when Urban and Tim, were darn near in control of editorial content, I mean, you weren't going to hear a whole lot about the off the field.
Understood. But it's an impossible story to tell without telling all sides. That's all.
You know what that little Gators thing did, though, a couple years ago? I thought it was as if Gator fan needed to be reminded about 2006 through 2009. I don't know why they needed to be reminded. I can't believe you and I both, with their hatred of Urban Meyer, and we didn't understand why they weren't clinging to 2006 through 2009. But it was almost as if Gator fan needed to see and be reminded just how damn good they were. And
which means we're 4 years away from a Patriots documentary unless they can turn this sucker around.
Well, wait, didn't Kraft already try that?
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did one where he basically left Belichick out.
Yeah, he had an advisory role maybe in the success of the team. Right. It was mostly the owner and the quarterback. Right. So anyway, Bobby Humphrey, who had a short NFL career, yet he played in 3 AFC championship games and a Super Bowl. So very interesting career, Bobby Humphrey. Terrific college career. And a whole bunch of Alabama players got together and threw some money in to produce this and put it together. And so we'll talk to Bobby in our bonus hour.
As we mentioned, the trade deadline tomorrow in baseball. I'm still trying to figure out if the Rays are going to be sellers, what it is they're going to do in the next 24 hours.
Well, that's funny because I saw a report last night on both MLB Network and ESPN in which they were asked that question, and the reporters covering the Rays both said, well, according to all accounts, the Rays are undecided.
Well, it's funny you say that because I'm looking at The Athletic this morning, and not just the Rays. They said there are 4 teams, and it's the day before the deadline,
right,
that are unsure what they're going to do at the deadline.
This just if you're unsure 36 hours out, you're sellers.
Sell, Mortimer, sell.
Come on. You're sellers. So, but a lot can change in a 3-game series. Our Reds have lost the first 2 to the Dodgers. This closer for the Guardians got suspended. Cleveland's like, all right, sell everybody. Let's go.
Twins have sold a couple. I think they'll sell more. Look, if I'm Kansas City, I'm selling too.
And instead, they're buying.
I know. And it doesn't make sense to me because I don't think they can catch Detroit 1 and maybe a wild card team if they think they can sneak in and do some damage. Hell, Detroit did it last year, so some of these teams refuse to give up. The starting 5, we won't give that up. It's next, right here on Miller and Moulton.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind. Right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for
Mark
details.
Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Epstein Bill.
Well, I could use that for the good, bad, and ugly, Sonny, but I don't know if you've noticed, the coolest thing I've seen today revolves around sports. Every single one we've done. But thank you. Well, what's the calf lead to? That's what I'm more scared about, Adam. The fact that it's a calf, you come back too early. We've all watched what's happened in hoop, man. I'd be in panic mode if I were a Gator fan right now. This would scare the absolute bejibbers out of me. I don't know about you, David, but it's only their season.
It's only the Napier regime.
Right. I mean, there's nothing on the line here. The line from
on the front lawn, there's nothing at stake here.
Right. Exactly.
It's the Constitution, the presidency, and the future of the free world.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes, still the top of the hour. JP Shadrick, Seth Everett, Bobby Humphrey, former Alabama and NFL running back, played with the Dolphins for a time. He will join us atop our bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Are you going to go with the poll question that you were thinking of? Basically, two largely ceremonial events. Which one are you more interested in?
Well, I was hoping we could do a little better between now and the top of the hour. I'll be honest with you. It's the only thing I had. I'm trying to think of more. But while I do think of more, I want to remind everybody that August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up. It's at Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers. You get dinner. You get a great night with Dr. Roto, where not only will he lay out what he thinks about the upcoming season, he'll take all of your questions. You'll leave with his rankings, his cheat sheet, and ideas to attack your draft and your season like you've never had before. Those that have attended, it's really, thinking back, David, we had someone go, well, you should auction off an hour of your show. Yeah, we really should. I'll auction off 4 hours if I don't have to be here and you run the board. But what we probably should have done, it would have been worth our while to bring in a couple of people, let them do the commercial. Because the people who attend this come back every year, and they come back because they're winning their leagues and they're learning a ton. So if you want to win your fantasy league, go to millerandmoulton.com. It's pinned to my profile on my X page. It is on our Facebook page. You can sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit, August the 12th. That's a Tuesday. Dinner begins at 6. The event begins at 7.
We're contemplating for our poll question, what are you more looking forward to? MLB trade deadline, Hall of Fame game. How many of you even know who's playing in the Hall of Fame game?
Right, because what I was thinking is a third option, a nap. I mean, anything, because I think there are many people who don't even care about baseball who listen to our show. And there are a lot of football fans like us who don't care about the preseason. All that matters in the preseason are the injuries.
I mean, to give you an idea, it is the Lions and the Chargers, and it's already been announced, I believe, that Trey Lance is starting for the Chargers. Woohoo! Yeah, baby. I will say, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, two of the more surprising choices to be backup quarterbacks this year. Chargers and Dolphins made those two choices. I find them both fascinating because neither has proven he can play a lick. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Speaking of the aforementioned trade deadline, it is 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So there's 35 hours and 19 minutes remaining. And so far, it has been quiet. There was an interesting trade yesterday between the Orioles and the Blue Jays because Toronto and Baltimore were playing a doubleheader against one another, and it was a split doubleheader. First game at 12:30, second game at 6:30. So there was 3 hours in between games. And in between games, Anthony Dominguez, a righty reliever, was traded from Baltimore to Toronto. And so the Toronto people had to walk across grabbed Mr. Dominguez, escort him over to their side. They had to quickly come up with a jersey for him. I think somehow, some way, one of the numbers was screwed up. Anyway, he then threw a scoreless inning in the nightcap, even though Baltimore swept the Twin Bill. We'll get to that in a moment. Some injuries in baseball to pay attention to. Ronald Acuna back on the injured list, complaining about his Achilles. Bothered him for a couple days. He couldn't chase after a fly ball in the 6th inning last night. Took himself out of the game. He said he's concerned. Oh, boy. Byron Buxton. He had a no-trade clause, and he said he wasn't going to waive it. Well, any chance of him being traded went by the boards because he's on the injured list with a ribcage injury. Almost got 4 full months of Byron Buxton not being hurt.
Yep, that's a good run for him, David.
That's a great run for him. My goodness. If they can get half that with Royce Lewis, it's considered a banner year. Brewers center fielder Jackson Chorio. He legged out a triple last night, but he limped into third base, grabbing his hamstring. They called it a spasm. Let's hope so. By the way, that's your best record in baseball, Milwaukee Brewers. Thank you.
Yeah, they're
very
just
much.
pounding the Cubs right now, for crying out loud.
Yes, they are. To the games yesterday, 16 of them. Yankees trailed 3-0. Bellinger and Volpe both homered. Max Fried picked up his 12th win. They really stretched him out last night. He threw 111 pitches. That's a lot these days in the regular season.
Yes, it is.
That's a lot. Fried picked up his 12th win, though. Yankees 7-5 over the Rays, and they pick up a game and a half on the Jays, who got swept in a doubleheader, 16-4 in the opener, 3-2 in the nightcap. Toronto's lead in the East is down to 4 over the Yankees and 5 over the Red Sox, who scored 4 in the second to beat the Twins 8-5. Lucas Giolito with a nice performance, 6 innings, gave up just 1 run. The Tigers back to their winning ways, 3 in a row. They beat Arizona 12-2, a 6-run fifth where they hit 3 homers, did the trick. 7 1/3 scoreless innings of relief for the Tigers relievers yesterday. Mize struggled through a bunch of pitches, nearly 60 of them in less than 2 innings. They took them out, and the bullpen was magnificent. Guardians did win to stay 9 back. Kyle Manzardo hit 2 homers. Cleveland 10-4 over Colorado. Kansas City beat Atlanta to stay 9.5 back. Royals with a 5-run 6 beat the Braves 9-6. Instead of giving you how far back they are in the Central, how about the Guardians are 3.5 back in the wild card and the Royals are 4? Does that change your opinion at all as to whether or not they should buy, sell, or hold? Astros snap a 5-game skid, beat Washington 7-4, and pick up a game on Seattle because the Mariners lost to the A's 6-1. Houston's lead in the West is 4. Mariners right now holding down the 6th seed in the American League, a game ahead of Texas, who lost once again to the Angels 8-5. Rangers 5 back in the West, a game back for the playoffs. Alcantara with 5 scoreless innings. That's after his last start. He pitched 7 1-run innings. Was that his last start as a Marlin?
Man, it better be, David. I mean, and really and truly, I don't want them to get rid of their good players, but they're way above their skis this year. Young guys are doing things that weren't expected. They're not going to have him long-term. Get something for him now. Teams need starting pitching.
Well, he's under contract for like 3 more years, and it's pretty reasonable.
Yes.
By MLB standards.
Right.
By Marlin standards, oh my goodness, he's making a fortune. But here's the other thing, Mark. He's getting better. He's coming back from Tommy John surgery. Do you hold on to him? Cross your fingers that he keeps slowly getting stronger, pitches the final 2 months of the season, and then you auction him off during the off season. All right. But he's had back-to-back strong starts when supposedly there are 15 teams looking for starting pitching. Mets lost to the Padres 7-1. San Diego with a 5-run seventh cut the Mets lead in the East to a half a game because the Phillies doubled up the White Sox 6-3. A 4-run third inning was the difference. Jesus Luzardo, he's been terrific. 7 scoreless innings for the Phillies last night. Brewers do it to the Cubs again, 9-3 the final. Andrew Vaughn hit a grand slam. He drove in 6. And Milwaukee's won the first 2 games of this 3-game series. Their lead in the Central is 2. Dodgers showing the Reds the difference between being a cute team and a championship team. LA 5-4 over Cincinnati, despite Ohtani striking out 4 times in a game for the first time.
Well, and the Dodgers coming from behind in that one. 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 9th to win. So
Will Smith with the game-winning RBI double in the 9th, 5-4 LA. Couple of painful losses for the Reds because they had climbed their way into contention in the wild card race. They're now 3 back of the Padres. Giants are reeling. They've lost 5 in a row. They've fallen all the way back to 500. Pirates have won 4 in a row. Pittsburgh 3-1 over San Francisco. NFL news. The deranged shooter who killed 4 in New York City Monday, including a New York City police officer, was apparently targeting the NFL offices. He killed 4 people and then got on the wrong elevator. Thank goodness. Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson will report to camp today, even though no progress has been made on him seeking an extension. He's entering the final year of his contract, making around $16 million. Injury news. Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely rolled an ankle, had to be helped off the field. John Harbaugh, after practice, said it's a good thing this happened early in camp. The thought is Likely's going to miss a few weeks. Wouldn't shock me, Mark, if we don't see him again until about a week before the opener. I mean, why would you put him on the field before you needed to? Mark, what's the only thing that counts in the preseason?
David, we've said it for nearly 20 years. Injuries.
Browns cornerback Martin Emerson carted off the field, a non-contact injury holding his Achilles. Dolphins offensive lineman Bayron Matos. First day at camp, remember he got hurt, taken to the hospital, spent, I think it was 3 days, maybe even 4 in the hospital. He's been released. No word on if or when he will return to camp. He was in the mix for a spot on the team. And speaking of offensive linemen, the Colts signed their left tackle, Bernard Raymond, to a 4-year, $100 million extension. He's young. He's entering the 4th year of his rookie deal this year. So they've got Raymond signed through the decade, 2029, fairly affordable. Raymond was a tight end at, I believe, Central Michigan. Didn't switch over to the offensive line till his junior year of college. And he's become a stud left tackle, and he's making $25 million a year by his 25th birthday. Hell of a story. Good for him. College football, we teased it yesterday. We know a little more today. DJ Lagway in a walking boot because of a calf injury, according to head coach Billy Napier, who described the situation as, quote, not ideal, unquote. Gators camp begins today. WNBA, 3 games last night. Our buddy Semesco's Atlanta team lost at home to Golden State. They trailed by 13 in the 4th. They tied it, only to have Golden State hit a jumper with 4 seconds left to win 77-75. Don't blame Angel Reese for the sky sucking. They're 7-19, but she had 22 points, 13 rebounds last night, and a 17-point loss at Washington. And Vegas beat LA in LA, 89-74. Asia Wilson with 34. Brink, who tore her ACL, she came back last night. You may know her as the model. She's been all over the place. Tall, attractive blonde. Now we'll see if her basketball career can get going. And Caitlin Clark will miss her 5th straight game tonight Holly Rowe, on a sideline report a couple days ago, said that last time Caitlin missed 5 games, didn't have any practice, minimal conditioning when she came back. They said Indiana this time is going to make sure she has plenty of practice and conditioning before they put her back on the court. Mark, Holly Rowe insinuated that Indiana has a 5-day break between August 17th and August 22nd, and that's probably when they'll ramp her up to come back and play. If that's the case, that means she'll miss tonight and 8 more games.
Look I think you have to do this so gingerly. I mean, she's obviously the face of your team. She's the face of the league and all that, but you can't rush her back. Every time they've rushed her back, she's gotten hurt again.
And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a Caitlin Clark update here on Miller and Moulton.
So there you have it. A little of what happened yesterday. And obviously the Lagway story is the one that's most on my mind, David, a calf. Oh, boy.
Right.
You've really got to take your time, Florida. It's not like anything's riding on this for the Gators this year, David.
No, he's only your franchise at this point. Okay. Billy Napier values him more than some family members. It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football league.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hell, Virtue, that might be the coolest thing I've seen today. I might send Moulton into a little shockwaves and start talking sex toys. We can go with that poll question. We can, and I don't know where else you want to go. Is there a college football question? The only thing I have is I've got something for this segment here about college football and teams being favored in every game.
Good.
There are 5 teams that are picked to win. As of this moment in time, there are 5 teams that are favored in every game. I was going to throw one out and put the other 4 up and say which is most likely to go undefeated.
I like it. I like it a lot.
All right, poll questions up. Look at that. We got one in.
Excuse me, I'm writing a check.
Okay, I'll take one.
Oh, you can get one Friday.
Woohoo! Well, I'm sorry, DC. I don't even know what you're talking about. I probably should, so I apologize, but I don't. Exactly, Adam. Well played. Adam said you're writing it to the Gator Collective, David. That's funny.
No doubt.
That's funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Hope your week has gone well thus far. JP Shadrick, 1 hour from now. Lot of excitement in Jags camp. Lot of excitement. I will say this, Mark. I don't know if this is happening everywhere outside of Cowboys camp, where goodness knows if you want to talk to the general manager / president / owner, it's not that hard to get an interview. The Jaguars, not just head coach, but general manager, has been very available to the local media.
Good.
Yeah,
I mean, good.
I know you and I are, we're in favor of that. Because we can handle ourselves, or at least we think if we were put in that position, we could. But Mark, as we all know, there are a lot of GMs that'll do one at the beginning of camp. They'll maybe do one after rosters are set. And then it takes a subpoena to get a quote from them during the year. The Jags, the coach has to talk every day, although he has done a lot of one-on-one interviews. I mean, he hasn't just done the, jam session for 20, 30 minutes. I mean, he has broken off and given a lot of his time, but so is the general manager. And I've been impressed. If I'm a fan, I'm like, oh, okay, they care about us. They're treating us as, as if we're meaningful. They want to share what they're doing and what they're thinking with us. Okay, I like that.
I agree 100%. And obviously, you're still trying. I mean, at the end of the day, you're still trying to sell tickets and merchandise and suites, and in your local market's important, whether it's Saturdays or Sundays. And sometimes the locals aren't treated nearly as well as the national folks. But speaking of national folks, Brent McMurphy penned an article that I read yesterday, and a lot of it is based on the power rankings from Brad Powers, Bet the Board podcast. Brett Powers revealed the 5 programs ahead of the 2025 season who are favorites in each of their 12 games. Care to take a stab at who the 5 teams are in college football, David, that are favored in each of their games? As of right now, as of this moment in time, obviously this can change.
Texas?
No, they're an underdog in 2. They're an underdog at Ohio State to start the year, David.
Oh, see, I thought
and they're an underdog against Georgia.
See, I thought they were a favorite. I was going to say Georgia.
That is one of them, yes.
So then I would say Ohio State.
Correct again.
Notre Dame.
That is also correct.
So right now we're at Georgia, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Boy.
2 more.
I'd be hard pressed yet. Alabama.
That is incorrect.
Hmm.
In fact, David, I will give you a clue. None of the teams remaining are in the SEC or the Big Ten. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
Clemson.
That's correct. And
then
one more.
And then I'm going to guess a group of 5 team.
That is incorrect.
Oh, okay. Well, then I've had enough guesses. Go.
It's Arizona State.
Wow.
Now, with Arizona State, it is by the hair of their chinny chin chin. Arizona State's favored in every game, but right now, they're a 1-point favorite against Baylor. They're a 1-point favorite against Utah, and they're a 2-point favorite when they play Iowa State. So I threw Arizona State out of this in terms of our poll question, because from this little article, I have come up with a poll question. These 4 teams are favored in every game this season. Which is most likely to go undefeated? Ohio State, Notre Dame, Clemson, and Georgia. Georgia's a 2-touchdown favorite in 7 games and a touchdown favorite in every game with the exception of Alabama and Texas. Clemson is less than a 10-point favorite only 3 times. Their opener with LSU, where they're currently a 4-point favorite, at Louisville, which is a tough game. It's on a Friday night. Remember that game. They're a 6-point favorite, and at Georgia Tech, where they are a 4.5-point favorite. The Fighting Irish are only less than a 10-point favorite in their first 2 games. The Canes and A&M. 2-point favorite against the Canes, 7.5 against A&M. They are more than a 2-touchdown favorite in 8 of their 12, including their final 5 games. And finally, the Buckeyes are only less than a 10-point favorite when they're home against Texas, home against Penn State, and at Michigan. The Texas game's 3, Penn State and the Wolverines are 3.5. Now, David, there's a list of other teams who will be favored in 11 of 12 regular season games. Those teams are Alabama, Boise State, James Madison, Liberty. Remember those 3. I mean, Boise, James Madison, Liberty. One of those teams will be in the playoff in the group of 5, possibly. Miami, Oregon, Penn State, and Toledo. But this is the caveat for those teams. being projected as a favorite in 11 games is no guarantee of even a winning season. Before last year, last year, Florida State, Oklahoma State, and Utah were projected to be favored in 11 games. Not one of those teams finished above 500. Not one. Last year, the teams that were favored in every game, Georgia, Kansas State, Liberty, Miami, and Oregon. Oregon threw the donut up there. Georgia and Miami both posted 10-2 years, while Kansas State was 8-4. So I will ask you, David, of the 4 teams that are favored in every game, who do you think's most likely to go undefeated in the regular season?
Most likely?
Yes.
Well, we went through Notre Dame's schedule yesterday, and I took the under 10.5.
Right.
Okay.
I took the over.
I know. And obviously they're favored in all of them, but I actually think that schedule is loaded with landmines.
You do. The odds makers do not.
No, I know.
You're worried. Like the one game you keep pointing out is the Pitt game. They're a 2-touchdown favorite plus in that game as of right now.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, a lot could, if you're right about Pitt, by the time that game's played, that line will not be nearly what it is now. In fact, David, you're so high on Pitt, I would recommend you make a futures bet on that game today. Because if you're right, you're going to get twice as many points today as you will when the week of the game comes.
By the way, is Penn State favored in 11 of 12?
It does. According to this, it does not have. Yes, Penn State's on that list. They're favored in 11 of 12. The only game they're not favored in is against the Buckeyes.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't pick the Buckeyes to go undefeated because they had a better team last year and lost twice. I think I'd pick Clemson because I think the best team they're going to play is week 1, LSU, and they get them at home, and LSU can't win week 1 with Brian Kelly as coach. Now, I know they're putting a big emphasis on it this year. For the record, by the way, I don't think any of these 4 teams goes undefeated. But the question is, which one do you think has the best chance? And
Right.
I would say Clemson. Because then I'm with you, by the way. I think their second hardest game is the short week on the road at Louisville.
That's going to be a monster for Louisville. I mean, it
Yeah.
will. That they will pull out all the stops from a media standpoint. Obviously, from a television standpoint, that game will be pumped up very big. That's Louisville's season right there. If they're going to make something happen, they beat Clemson at home. It's a game that I've circled when I looked at Clemson's schedule because I'm with you. I think Clemson, no Miami on their schedule. So I think Clemson has a great shot to go undefeated in the regular season.
By the way, a lot of pressure on Miami because outside of the opener against Notre Dame, according to that guy, they're going to be favored in their remaining 11.
Yes.
And it's not like any of us have faith in Cristobal to be able to deliver that horse into the barn. Can you just help me out here off the top of our heads? New quarterback at Ohio State, right?
That's correct.
New quarterback at Georgia, right?
Yes.
New quarterback at Notre Dame,
I
right?
guess kind at Georgia because didn't he played a bunch of games last year?
Okay.
I mean,
No,
so
I agree. At least he's
he has
experienced.
South under his belt.
Okay. Inexperienced quarterback at Notre Dame, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, I know kids are growing up faster than before. They come out of high school better than they used to be, and the training they're getting, I get all that. That's my question about Notre Dame. Listen, I think CJ Carr is going to be a stud, but is he going to be a stud right away? I mean, is he going to walk onto the field and be a stud? And if he is, awesome. I mean, even Johnny Manziel, as a redshirt freshman, his first month of college ball, he was pretty ordinary. They lost 2 games at home to LSU and Florida. They didn't score any points. They scored like 13-9 in those 2 losses. And then by mid-October, Johnny Manziel became Johnny Manziel. That's the only question I have here. We got a lot of teams with a lot of young, inexperienced quarterbacks. And are we sure they're going to be all that right away? And can their teams avoid a loss or two before their quarterbacks become all that?
And obviously, the Buckeyes with an inexperienced quarterback, yeah, they're at home, but they're opening with Texas,
Right.
who most people believe, if it's not Penn State, that Texas has the best roster in the country.
It's why
They've
I was
certainly spent the most money.
It's why I guess Texas was one of those teams that was favored in all 12, because I'm surprised they're an underdog. I would take the points right now in the opener.
By the way, 2 years ago in 2023, the 5 schools projected to be a favorite in every game, nearly all of them ran the table. Alabama was 11-1, Georgia 12-0, Louisville 10-2, Michigan 12-0, Washington 12-0.
Nice. Nice. All right. So Ohio State, Georgia, Notre Dame, Clemson, all favored or projected to be favored in every game. Which of the 4 do you think has the best chance to post the donut? I like it.
Go to Miller_Moulton on X, and momentarily you can go to that Mark Miller in the David Moulton. I don't know if David has reposted it yet. I will do it coming up in mere seconds. On the other side, the coolest thing I've seen today, or at least something that I think will shock one David Moulton. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, DC or Puck, we commented on that when it happened a week ago. Week and a half ago.
Anybody have a comedy on Netflix or Amazon Prime that's worth watching? I'm trying like hell to find something funny. I tried this show AP Bio. It sucks. Tried this show Mo because the trailer was remotely funny. And so far I've watched 2 episodes and I don't know if I've laughed yet. I think the show's decent, but it's not funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. All the stuff we're watching is dramas.
Right.
People shooting each other, avoiding each other. I mean, if you want to laugh out loud, you could watch American politics. No?
I did get all over my mother the other day. I go, you know, Mom, I've been around you a long time. You never cared about any of this stuff. Ever. You never talked about it. Now you're 81. Why do you care now?
Right.
What is it that you're going to change? You explain to me what you're going to do to change anything.
Basically, Mom, what I'm trying to say is when you were young enough to do something about it, you didn't give a damn. So why now?
Didn't give a rat's ass.
Resident Alien. All right. What's it about? Is it
An
about
illegal alien or a
Right.
extraterrestrial alien?
Right. Is this someone who's not going to get picked up by ICE? What are
Well,
we
and that's
talking?
the show. This Mo, he's from Palestine, moved from Kuwait during the Gulf War. Still
Okay.
doesn't have papers, and the trailer shows somehow he must get kicked out of the country because the trailer shows him basically sneak. He lives in Houston, and he comes in and he speaks perfect English, and he starts singing a country song to these guys who have guns, and then they bring in two Mexicans, and the guy asks him in Spanish, was he with you crossing? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, you almost had me there. That was funny. That was funny. It is on Netflix. And I have not watched it.
Mark Puck wants to know on Netflix, have you watched Somebody Feed Phil? It's not a comedy, but it's a food travel show.
No.
Resident Alien is awesome. Okay. Thanks, Robes. On Peacock.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. JP Shadrick will join us at the top of the hour. We'll catch up on all the excitement going on in Jags camp. And that's not a lie. All right. The natives are fired up for the Jags this year. They love this Travis Hunter deal. Love it. Think Liam Cohen's going to turn Trevor Lawrence into the best player in the history of the franchise. The fan base is all in. Mark, they are basically watching practices, okay, while bobbing in the deep end of the Kool-Aid pool, if you know what I mean. They're not drinking the Kool-Aid. They've cannonballed in, and they are watching practice from the pool.
That is, if you really think about that, it's so remarkable. Because what they've done in the last 5 years with the coaching carousel, with all the things that have gone on in Jacksonville, if there was a fan base that you would say, I don't blame them for not caring anymore, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Jacksonville would be in the top 5 in sports. I don't just mean football.
you and I have been amazed all year that the St. Louis Cardinals baseball fan is as, whatever. I'm unhappy with ownership. I'm not going to support this team. This team got off to a great start. They were like, yeah, whatever. Okay. And you and I were like, my goodness, how many franchises have been better run over the last 30 years than yours?
And you're giving up on them because you don't like them this year. And then they've gone out and, exceeded expectations. Although since the All-Star break, things haven't gone that well for the Cardinals and they're hovering right around 500 now. But this was a team that many thought was going to be last in their division.
And meanwhile, here's the Jags, who can't keep a good thing going for more than an hour and a half. And their fan base is, they have totally wiped the past away. Mark, it's as if they unveiled the helmets and shoulder pads and jerseys for the first time when hiring Liam Cohen, and definitely when they drafted Travis Hunter. I've never been around a fan base that is more all in. This is the Vikings when they traded for Herschel Walker. I mean, this is as much of a, what is the word? Okay. But man, are they buying it?
Well, and look, I'm rooting for him. And I'm rooting for Travis Hunter because have you heard anybody say anything bad about him?
Oh, no. No,
but I don't mean in Jacksonville. I mean last year in Colorado.
No.
I mean, I'm being serious here. Here's a young man who, by all accounts, is a really good kid.
Yeah, good dude.
Does everything right and works his ass off.
Yep. And
you're never going to get a lack of effort out of this young man.
Good-looking guy, great smile.
Yes, $1 million smile, no doubt. Goes a long way.
Yeah, he's right now. He is very likable. And that's one of the hardest things to acquire is likability. And boy, does he have it. And man, I just hope for his sake and the franchise. But man, please stay healthy.
Yes,
please.
100%. And, live up to 80% of expectations. You live up to 80% expectations, you walk into the Hall of Fame, David. I'm serious.
He'll win Rookie of the Year unanimously if he lives up to 80% of the expectations.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, time for the coolest thing I've seen today. And I don't know if it's the coolest thing I've seen today, but it made me laugh, and it'll probably make David Moulton cringe when I bring the story up. Because he talked about this game in the starting five, but didn't mention the most exciting highlight.
Oh, boy.
And the coolest thing I've seen today is brought to you by Air Advantage. They're by Air Advantage. Let me get the damn company right, for crying out loud. Air Advantage, 239-433-4635. That's 239-433-4635. 18 months, no interest, no payments. Ream Pro Partner. If you're looking to fix your air conditioner or you need a new air conditioning system, call Air Advantage today. Visit them online, myairadvantage.com. We go to the WNBA for the coolest thing I've seen today, and probably should have tried to get Carl Semesco on the line to get his thoughts on this because, well, last night, a fan hurled an object onto the court during the Atlanta Golden State WNBA game.
Hey, by the way, they hurled it onto the court when it was a tie game with under a minute to go.
Now, Cecilia Zandalicini said, first of all, it was super dangerous. And then when we found out what it was, I guess we just started laughing. Finally, the WNBA has a sense of humor. Because, ladies, it's been tough. I get you wanting the pay. I totally understand. You make 9% of the revenue. You should get paid more. I definitely believe that. Do I think you should get 50% like your NBA counterparts? No, I do not. But they deserve a raise. But they also need to lighten up from time to time. Everything is so damn serious. First, they didn't have enough fans. Now they have too many fans. Now they have a wig falling off and a fan getting thrown out of a game because he made fun of her. Lighten up, Francis. Or Francine in this case. Well, the object that was thrown onto the court was a large green dildo. Neon green, as a matter of fact. And after saying it was super dangerous that we started laughing. I've never seen anything like that. I'm just glad we worked through that situation. We stayed locked in. We stayed concentrated. Another teammate said we persevered. I didn't know you could persevere a dildo being tossed onto the court. It happened, like David said, with less than a minute on the clock. Of course, the TV camera zoomed in on it initially. Then the TV camera or the director figured out what the hell they were zooming in on and immediately cut to camera 2. A security card later appeared on screen with gloves, removing the object with a towel while laughing. Good for them to laugh. I don't like anybody throwing anything on the court. I don't. I hated it when I was a broadcaster. I think it's classless. But of all the things thrown, an octopus in Detroit, the fish they throw in Nashville on the ice. Never heard of a dildo being thrown on the court. And that's the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by Air Advantage. They must be really proud of that sponsorship today. So visit them online, myairadvantage.com.
Do you know what I always think of when something unique gets thrown onto the court or ice is, okay, somebody had to think about this. Somebody then had to bring it to the game. And then, like is often the case in Detroit, usually, and by the way, is it octopus or octopi? Okay. Anyway, it gets thrown onto the ice, Mark. It usually gets thrown onto the ice late, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it can be earlier in Detroit if they get an early lead. You know, the first goal, sometimes an octopi will be hurled, but yes.
Okay. But in this case, so this person brought it to the game and sat with it for over 2 hours.
Well, and David, that's a hell of a point, because if I'm not mistaken, at most arenas now, you're not allowed to bring a backpack or a purse or, you know, I mean, you all see the women now with the clear purses that they bring in the game.
Right.
You got to get through security and all of those things.
Right.
Understand all the reasons why, fully supportive of it. That means, David, that more than likely, this object was shoved down someone's pants. I'm thinking of Derek Smalls, the bassist from Spinal Tap, trying to get through security at the airport. And that scene, for those of you who have seen the movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But you're right, David. They had to bring it in and then for 2 hours basically sit with it.
At least 2 hours. Game takes 2 hours, and my guess is they didn't walk in right at tip. So yes, that's what I go. So you sat there for over 2 hours with this?
Correct.
Huh. And tie game under a minute to go. Now's the time, Johnny. Throw it. Throw it.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Faro and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Faro and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Faro and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I'm in a TikTok hole yesterday, David. Yeah, see, he's not paying attention.
I am.
Okay, well, you didn't look up, so but it was a All in the Family, and they're in a doctor's office or there's some reception waiting room, and Archie's just telling Edith to read the magazine. Apparently, just read it, he says. So you see the magazine because she's like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be reading this, and just read the magazine. And it's, she goes like this. You can see that it's Playgirl in her face. And then she opens the centerfold and she's tilting her head and she's moving the magazine. Then she opens other pages of which she now takes the magazine and does a complete 360 with the magazine before Archie realizes what she's reading. I was in effing tears. Why are you reading that? You told me to.
By the way, Robes, very nice. Is that a dildo in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Well played. Well done. All right, Octopus. All right, thank you, Jay Yandel. By the way, DC, you guys were not cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs with Randy Moss. Now, you were by like week 5, but I was there in training camp. Carter was trying to tell everybody how good he was, but, you guys had kind of soured on Denny Green by then. He had only won one playoff game in, 6 years, and you weren't buying it. And then all of a sudden you saw Randy. Come on, you guys went crazy after the Monday night game against Green Bay. And that's the moment you guys went, holy blank, we ain't never had one of these before.
Oh, I got to send Seth a link. I got to send JP a link.
Adam, if the Vikings had Reggie White to go with John Randall, or if they just drafted Warren Sapp instead of Derek Alexander.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when JP Shadrick joins us. Talk a little Jags. Seth Everett, 1 hour from now. And Bobby Humphrey, former Alabama standout running back. Played a handful of years in the NFL. Was in 3 AFC championship games and a Super Bowl. But he, his son Marlon, and a whole bunch of others helped produce and finance Nothing But a Winner, the story of Alabama football. It's a one-night only showing nationwide. It's tomorrow night. If the subject matter interests you, check it out. It's a little under 2 hours long. I think it's a 7 o'clock showing nationwide. Check the theater near you, because at all the biggies it's supposedly playing. Nothing But a Winner, the story of Alabama football, nationwide tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Bobby Humphrey, who's behind this movie, joins us at 9 a.m. Eastern at the top of the bonus hour.
Poll question today revolves around college football. There are 5 teams that are projected to be favored in every game. One of them is Arizona State. They didn't make the cut on our list because they're a 1-point favorite in 2 games and a 2-point favorite in another. The other 4 are all reasonable favorites in every game they play. There's only a couple of times that they're less than touchdown favorites. Those teams are Ohio State, Notre Dame, Clemson, and Georgia. Which of those teams is most likely to go undefeated? Right now, Clemson getting 37% of the vote, Ohio State 30%, Notre Dame 26%, and Georgia just 7% of the vote. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. You can always text us what you think at 21,000. If you've not texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller. Once you've done that, you can text as much as you would like.
And while I don't think any of those 4 teams are going to go 12-0, the question is, which one do you think has the best shot? I voted Clemson, for what that's worth.
I did as well. I was between Clemson and Notre Dame. I really didn't give much, and why I didn't think Ohio State, because what are they? They've got the Texas game and the Penn State game, and they go to Illinois.
Well, and they've got Michigan on the schedule. I mean,
they're not losing to Michigan again. They're not. They're not.
Mark, they had the best team in the country last year. Michigan threw for less than 100 yards, and they weren't capable for throwing for any more, and they lost.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
Michigan had a thing that lasted, 7 years, 8 years? How long they go without winning? Now, Ohio State's got the thing. That's all. You can't just dismiss it. I know both teams have lost a lot of guys. I don't know what to tell you. Right now, they got a thing. I mean, Ryan Day, do you continue to dye the beard, or do you just let it go and it'll be like silver for the Michigan game? In fact, if he stops dyeing it and only gives it a week notice, I think it'll quickly go silver in time for kickoff of the Michigan game. In fact, it'll be so much silver or scarlet. Okay, I think they'll put Buckeyes on it as the game goes on. Ooh, that was a good play call there. Give him a Buckeye. No?
He could use a few play calls against Michigan because that was one of the worst coaching jobs that I've ever seen.
Yeah, Chip Kelly did not have a good day.
Had a bad day.
He did not have a good day.
By the way, on that note, how much is the brain drain going to affect the Buckeyes, in your opinion? We talk about this. We've talked about it with the Lions losing all their coaches. The Buckeyes lost both coordinators.
Yeah.
D coordinator goes to Penn State. O coordinator gone to the pros. That's a significant brain drain, isn't it?
I'm more worried about the talent drain, especially the experienced talent drain. Penn State's the best team in that conference.
Yes, they are.
On paper, they are. They're Ohio State from a year ago, in which they brought virtually everybody back.
And then added some pieces.
This is their year. Just like last year was supposed to be Ohio State's year. A year ago today, what was everyone saying about Ohio State? If not now, when? Well, it's the same for Penn State, baby.
Boy, I tell you, if you think the Big Ten sticking their chest out now, if they were to go 3 for 3 with natties, and it would be 3 different teams, they'd go Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. Petiti may ask for 5 automatic bids.
I have to admit, I think SEC fan is slightly annoyed about the last 2 years. You know, I mean, this was a remarkable run. What was it? 2006 through 2022 there. I mean, a 17-year run in which I think all but one time you had a team that was winning or playing for the title in the game. And on multiple occasions, the teams involved in the title game were both from the SEC. But so I think 2 in a row for the Big Ten has them slightly aggravated. Mark, if the scenario you just laid out happens, where the Big Ten goes 3 for 3 and they do it with 3 different teams, at that moment, I think SEC fan gets blanked off.
I agree.
I think they go, okay, enough of this blank. All right. What in the wide world of sports is going on? They'll start looking at that famous Lombardi clip on the sideline. What the hell is going on out there?
David, I think there's 2 things that would happen. Petiti would ask for 5 teams, and the SEC coaches would want to only play 7 conference games. But I think you're right, because we all believe, and I still think even most Big Ten fans would admit this, that the SEC is the best conference in the country. But right now, the Big Ten's won a couple of natties. They're feeling good about themselves.
Yeah.
The top end's as good as it's ever been in that conference. I mean, you know, for years before Penn State joined, it was Michigan and Ohio State. It was the Big 2 and the Little 8. That's how the conference was referred to. Penn State's come in and they've added, but how much have they added? Well, last year they got to a semi. They were a drive away from going to the natty. And Oregon has come in and picked up where they left off in the Pac-12. So you've got 4 quality teams, and at the same time, you got USC, who still doesn't have their act together. But with Indiana having a great year last year, Illinois expected to have a big year this year, the Big Ten's feeling pretty damn good about themselves, David.
Now, we all know about the whole Petiti asking for 5 teams and all that. Remember, these sides got to work out a deal. They got 4 months. They have till November 30th. They got 4 months to work out something that they can get a unanimous vote on as to what the new playoff format is going to be, how many teams, and the structure. And if they can't get a unanimous vote, the current system rolls over for at least 1 more year. So they have till November 30th, 4 full months to work out the new system. Right now, there are significant divides. I mean, the divides, I believe, are etched in cement, in which sides are going to have to completely change their tune.
And as David mentioned yesterday, Petiti and Sankey are talking regularly.
Yes.
They're friendly with one another, even though they are on polar opposite sides when it comes to the playoff. And because of that, if you were Petiti, because look at Sankey's got the other conferences. I mean, everybody seems to be in agreement with Sankey, except for Tony Petiti. If you were Petiti, sorry, David, but if you were Petiti, who would you be lobbying the hardest? To me, it's your mark. I would be working the Big 12 daily to try to get them in on my plan.
Yeah, I'd be lobbying Sankey. And here's why. Sankey was on Petiti's side, Mark, 2 months ago. Remember when they went to Destin Wasn't that right around June 1st? SEC meetings in Destin, and they all show up at Destin, and Sankey talks first, and Sankey says out loud into microphones, yeah, the 4-4-2-2-1-1 is the system. It's the way to go. And the SEC coaches spend the next 3 days saying, Sankey's an idiot. He's out of his mind. What's he talking about? It's a terrible system. We should go 5-11. And that's when Sankey pivoted. I think Sankey and Petitti were on the same page. They were publicly. I mean, we talked about it. Sankey said those things out loud into a microphone. Went on the Feinbaum show and said it, reiterated what he said. I think the coaches forced Sankey to change his tune. And I'm guessing Tony Petitti behind closed doors is saying to Greg, dude, you're the one who flip-flopped. You're the one who sandbagged me. We were in agreement on this. And now you're leaving me out here as the Lone Ranger. Well, Greg, I'll tell you what, you're going to play this game. I can tell you right now, I ain't giving you squat unless you play 9 conference games. And I know you supposedly want that, but you supposedly wanted 4-4-2-2-1-1. And I'm seeing how that worked out. So sorry, Greg. I mean, I think Tony Petitti's totally within his right to say that to Sankey. Dude, you sold me out. We were in agreement on this 2 months ago, and you publicly sold me out. You changed your mind publicly.
But, and I understand where you're coming from, David. And even if Sankey wants the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1 system, it's obvious that his conference does not. And I don't think even Sankey as the commissioner is going to get, I guess he can vote however he wants, but he could lose his job for it because no one's in agreement with him. And that's why I'd start going to Yormark. I'd start going to Phillips. I'd start going to the group of 5 folks and get everybody on my side and turn it against the SEC and get Sankey last, if you know what I mean.
Well, Yormark and Phillips apparently are on the 5-11 side.
I know.
And they're because of what Matt Baker told us on our show yesterday, in which he said the feeling amongst the Big 12 and ACC is if they agree to 4-4-2-2-1-1, that's a public acknowledgement that their conference is no better than half of the SEC and the Big 10. And we could get into the reality of what those conferences are. But if you're leading those conferences, can you publicly acknowledge that? Or do you have to insist that given an even playing field, we can compete? And Yormark has said, hey, we may not be able to compete today, but I am convinced by the end of this decade, we will hold our own in the 5-by-11 format. But Mark, let's just say, I mean, it's everybody against Petitti right now.
Right.
So don't you think Petitti, in a strange way, he's got leverage, right? He can say to Sankey and anybody else, well, if you want me to sell out my conference, and all my coaches, by the way, are in favor of this. I mean, they all stepped to...
Which of this whole story, to me, that might be the most remarkable thing.
I mean, Greg, all your coaches, were against what you wanted. So you're going to go with the coaches. Well, so Greg, you don't have to do to your coaches what I'm going to have to do to my coaches. So you won't risk your job because of your coaches, but you want me to risk my job with mine? Well, hey, you're going to have to give us a little something. And at the very least, it's 9 conference games. I mean, I would say to Sankey, no. That's got to get in writing. That's got to get signed. That's got to get passed before November 30th, or you have no chance of getting my vote on anything.
And not just the SEC if you're Petitti. I know it means far less, but it needs to be a requirement that 9 conference games are played by all of the major conferences.
Right. The ACC would have to be on board also.
Exactly. And don't give me that some of your teams play Notre Dame crap. It doesn't matter to me. You need to play 9 conference games. So that is the underlying story of this entire college football season. It really is. Because December 1st?
Yeah, so basically November 30th. I think once December 1st comes around, I believe time's up. So they have 4 months. They have 4 months today, tomorrow, whatever. They have 4 months to figure this out, or we just roll over the system. I think we only roll it over for another year, and I think then they have a whole other year to negotiate a compromise. But we have 5 years left, I believe, on the TV deal. I think the TV deal's up around 2031. So, listen, if you're the Big Ten, can't you look at the SEC and go, dude, there was a 12-team playoff last year. We got 4. You only got 3. I don't need to change this format. You need to change it. Now, we could all snicker and what have you, but I mean, if you're Petiti, you're sticking your chest out. And not only that, Sankey sandbagged you. So how nice are you going to be? You know who's nice? JP Shadrick. And he's going to join us next. It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How are you, JP?
Hello, Mark. What's up, man?
Not much, man. Any other concerts since the Allman Brothers? Still jealous of that.
I went back up probably a month later to the Beacon to see Tedeschi Trucks there. That was probably a month after that. So I blew all my money on those two shows because New York is not cheap. So it was fun.
That's cool.
I've got Shania Twain tonight.
Okay, well, I tried for a moment, and it just was a little too last minute and too much money for the tickets to go see Widespread in Asheville. I was gonna have my son's into him too, and he lives in North Carolina. I'm like, be a good little father-son trip, but never panned out.
It's fun, man. They've gotten to the point now where they just do 3-show runs once every couple of weeks and settle into a place. And,
Right.
they're getting a little older now, so it's like it's perfect for them. They're not having to do one-nighters, So, and then there's David Moulton.
Listen, since I missed what you guys were talking about, did you talk about the Alabama football movie?
No, we talked about the Allman Brothers.
We're talking about Widespread Panic and
Gotcha.
It was all music, David.
are
Now
you-
that you're here, you can shift it back to sports.
Well, but he's an Alabama alum and he's an Alabama native, and so I think it applies.
I don't even really know about that. I've heard faintly about what that is, but I've been so locked in with other stuff.
I know. You're busy. You're working. So check it out. There's at least 2 local theaters where it's airing. Nothing But a Winner. One night only, tomorrow night. I believe it's 7:00. It's the story of Alabama football from Bear through Nick. Nick's involved in the movie. The Humphrey brother, well, not brothers, Bobby and son Marlon. Marlon, I guess, is the money behind the project. Bobby's one of the producers.
Oh, cool.
So, I know you have a big social schedule, but, tomorrow night, 7:00,
Bobby Humphrey was like the I guess late 80s, right? So he was like,
he probably started with Perkins, probably.
yeah. So he was like the guy, and then that defense had real guys at that time too. So there were some teams that had players, they just couldn't get over the top.
I think his last year at Bama was 88.
That sounds about
he
right.
was a rookie from the 89 Broncos who went to the Super Bowl.
That's right. And he didn't play on that 89 team that won the SEC, but didn't beat Auburn or Miami.
Right.
And that was Bill Curry last couple of years. No, but Bobby Humphrey was good, man.
So anyway, so if you're bored tomorrow night, check it out somewhere.
How about this? Here's a question for you.
All right.
What is the honorable time to start mowing lawns in a neighborhood?
I don't think until 9 a.m. I hate that 7 a.m. in these gated communities, they're through and they're working and it's loud.
I got news for you. I don't live in a gated community, and they start pretty darn early here.
Yeah. I think you're okay at 8 a.m.
Nope.
No.
They're okay at 7:15 a.m. I think sometimes, which is whatever. It's not a big deal. I'm just curious. And now today, I live as the crow flies, about a half mile from the interstate where we're doing all this construction.
Right.
So they're pile driving this morning.
Sure.
At about 7:15.
Yeah,
so
it's hot, man. Yeah.
The sun's burning. You got to work. I mean, you know.
First world problem. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this hump day, at least in the 239 and the 904. And we begin the 8 a.m. Eastern hour with JP Shadrick, who's part of the Jags radio network, part of Westwood One College and Pro Football, part of the Touchdown Radio Network for college football. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick. If you weren't with us during the commercial break on Twitch and YouTube, you don't know all the first world problems that JP Shadrick has right now. But how are you, buddy?
Great, man. Good to talk with you guys again. It's been a long, hot summer here in Jacksonville, but it's not over yet. We got some work to be done in this training camp, but all's well, man. Just getting ready for football again.
And it's hotter there than it is here, JP. You are suffering. I do know that, through a hot, hot summer. But the hottest thing in Jacksonville is one Travis Hunter. We were talking about him earlier. I'm trying to think of, the most recent player who's been met with this kind of buzz and overwhelming support, because Jacksonville, there are plenty of reasons, if you live in Jacksonville or aren't a Jags fan, to just shrug your shoulders and say, let's wait and see. But they've not taken that approach. The city is fired up. They think they have a savior between Hunter and Liam Cohn. For a team that wasn't very good last year, there's a hell of a buzz in Jacksonville right now, JP.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've had some open training camp practices, and he's working 2 days in a row on defense, and then the next 2 days he'll work on offense. There was an open camp practice, mini camp right before the break, where he actually played both sides of the ball in the same practice for the first time. He switched jerseys. You have a different colored jersey when you're one's teal and one's white when you're offense or defense, respectively. And I think the approach with him is, hey, let's let him do everything and then reel it back in if we have to. You don't want to have to restart that engine again if it's not firing for whatever reason. And the fans, I think, have responded. Every time he touches the ball or the ball's near him, it's, some excitement in the stands, at least in the training camp practices. And he's performed pretty well, certainly on the offensive side. He's caught most everything, it feels like. But boy, is he slight. Just at first glance, it's like this guy is just not thick at all. But he can do things and move different ways that a lot of guys can't. I'm curious when it actually gets physical, when you're going against another team and the Pittsburgh Steelers next week. Now it'll be the second and third team Pittsburgh Steelers, mind you, but okay, how different is the speed of the game? How different is the physicality that he probably hasn't seen a lot of yet? I think that's when we'll find out a whole lot more about Travis on both sides. I don't think they'll line him up in press coverage at the line on somebody. Let's put it that way.
I was commenting earlier in the show, telling Mark, as somebody who lives in the 904, that this place is gaga. Okay, that the excitement to me kind of reminds me of like Vikings camp after they realized who Randy Moss was. That this had to be what it was like 7 years ago when the Jags were coming off of the AFC title game appearance 6 minutes from the Super Bowl. I mean, and that this is remarkable buzz for a team that was lousy last year. I mean, are you surprised? You've been there, 12, 14 years? Are you even looking around going, wow, these guys forgot just how much we sucked last year?
No, we've had buzz after changes when teams have sucked before. That's happened. This is my 13th season and my 6th head coaching regime. And, I get it. I understand it. They've done a great job. Part of it, too, is Baselli's involved, I think, and he's been around this franchise since day one, and he's now in the balcony level upstairs, right, watching from above and doing all those things with a new GM who's a young, different type of energy general manager. He's 34, and he comes across really well. And he can also be one of the guys, too. That's the part I really like about him, just personally. And then the head coach is in his 30s, too. It's a youthful, almost a direct opposite approach of some of the past coaches we've had around here, the past two especially, just in mindset and how you message the players and all that. I think there's a lot of that to the buzz as well. That started it. And then free agency, they went out and they didn't make splash plays in free agency. They just did the work they had to do and checked all the boxes they wanted to. But then you make a move like that in the draft, okay, that tells you that they mean business and they're not going to mess around and wait for something to come to them. If the opportunity's there, the GM, the business or the brains behind this operation are going to take action to try to make this team better. So I think that fired everybody up. And I'm still, because I've been burned before, we all have. Let's see it get real. Let's see what happens when adversity hits during the season, right? That's when you're really going to find out about how this group around Travis Hunter and this fan base, by the way, handles adversity. If they go through a losing skid, and how do they get out of it? We've seen teams here fold like cheap suits before. So if they don't do that, if everything stays consistent, then I think you got something.
Well, one of the things last year that at least I felt, and I think others did too, that they didn't have, that they lacked toughness. And you talked about not making splashes in free agency, but they brought in 4 new offensive linemen. 2 are supposed to start, 2 are backups. Do you think they addressed the toughness issue of this team?
Yeah, I mean they had to do something. Like we've talked about before, 3rd and 1 felt like 3rd and 5. I mean, they couldn't push anybody around up front. And all right, they've had 2 days in pads, right? That's all we've seen of the physicality part. We were all kind of waiting for that to happen. And I think at first glance, okay, this is a good step. There's still work to be done, though. I mean, the practices, even with pads on, were shortened the first day a little bit. They took a period off at the end, and then kind of went through about an hour and a half, hour and 40-minute practice in the second one. I think those will extend out a little bit more to see the stamina come through. But they had to make changes up front. They just couldn't sit there status quo with the same guys they had and not have success. And it's their guys they're bringing in, right? A lot of guys that know the system. The center has been around the system for a long time. The guard gets it. He's been around it for a minute. And I think there's a different perspective now on some of the guys who have been here. Anton Harrison. I mean, the head coach was talking in a press conference the other day about seeing him in the hallway and making sure basically a switch is turned on every day, right? And he didn't say that. I paraphrased a little bit. That has not been said before publicly by any head coach about Anton Harrison, a former first-round pick. So that's the different approach, okay? And they need that guy to play well too. So if they can get his fire lit again and keep him consistently out there, I think that'll help the physicality overall. Yeah, but it's still a little early from seeing that. I hate to be that guy, but
Right.
It's July 30th.
Yeah, no doubt.
We want answers, damn it.
Damn it.
Yeah. Now.
Okay, and we want to be able to go back 6 months from now and go, see, we had it first.
Idiot, you were wrong. That's what you would say. Yeah.
JP Shadrick, Jags Radio Network, Westwood One, Touchdown Radio Network. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick, SHADRICK. For the record, by the way, 3 straight days of over 100 degrees in Jacksonville. It's the hottest it's been here this century. So that's why practice schedule has been what it's been. All right. Obviously, though, it all gets back to everybody's quarterback. What has Liam Cohen said about Trevor in terms of what he has to do differently or what they are going to do differently with him?
Well, let's start with the footwork. That was an off-season conversation about how they could streamline the footwork and match it to some of the progressions in the offense. And Liam Cohen the other day was talking about just even which foot is forward in the stance when you're waiting on a snap and shotgun, and how that it may not be a tell, but you got to be able to, you don't want to lose a step by going the other way and losing time and timing and all that stuff. So that's how intricate they're getting with the footwork part of the thing. The other part is Trevor just knowing what to do in this offense and the terminology behind it. They came back after this off-season break and gave them all a pop quiz about the offense. And I guess Trevor graded better than any of the guys who had been in the offense in the quarterback room before. So that's a good sign. All right. If he doesn't know what the hell's going on, it's hard to know that anybody else will. And I think that showed in a drill yesterday. They had a 2-minute situation they had set up, 42 seconds to play. Ball at their own 45, somewhere in there at the 45 going in. They needed a field goal. They had a timeout. That was the situation. And first play, apparently Trevor just wanted to call this play and brought it up, and they went and executed a deep shot down the right side to Yami Brown, 2 feet in, about a 25 or 30-yard catch to get him into easy field goal range. And just that kind of idea, instinct, hey, this play would work against these guys right now. I don't know if we've seen a lot of that out of Trevor before. So that's a step in the right direction.
Well, I know he's been in the league a while, and this is a monster year for him. But it's also, I don't know how many quarterbacks have had it tougher to go through the coaches and the coordinators and all that. But it sounds like, I listened to an interview with Trevor a couple of weeks ago. He seemingly understands all the pressure that's on them. He's answering all the questions the right way. Hey, you lose to Carolina week 1, the questions are going to be way worse. But heading into the season, he at least appears to be a guy that not only gets it and understands just how much pressure's on him.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, it's not financial pressure.
No.
Clearly, it's to live up to the financial pressure. I mean, you got to go perform now and have winning results, even if the numbers aren't there. They're going to run the ball a lot too, by the way, here. So that's fine if all of a sudden they're having success on the ground and he's not having to throw it down the field all the time. Whatever, man. Like, as long as the offense goes, I think that'll be a success for everybody. And I'm guessing that he understands that too. So, yes, pressure's there. Time's a wasting. And it's got to get going now. He's not going anywhere. Contract's long, but that spotlight is on him and in a big way.
JP, thanks for making time for us. We really appreciate it. Check out the Aabama movie tomorrow night, which we'll be previewing with Bobby Humphrey coming up in less than an hour. Miller and Moulton, Seth Everett in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, the next Thursday without football is January the 15th. I was going to joke, but we ran out of time. I should have done it really instead of the last question and said, JP, one of these days, David's going to take a day off. I'll bring you on the show and we'll just talk jam bands for 15 minutes.
Let me know the day, man. Even if I just have to do the first couple hours and JP can come in beginning at 8.
I think this was expected, but that Cater Kohu, the Dolphins corners going on season-ending IR.
Is that the Achilles? No, Artie Burns was the Achilles. Or was he ACL? I think he was ACL.
And they did report that likely has a fractured bone in his foot. Should be ready for week 1, however.
Oh.
Have you seen any of the photos from Birmingham, England this morning? Any of the pictures? The funeral processional for Ozzy goes through Birmingham. They are like 10 deep on the streets of Birmingham right now for the funeral for Ozzy. It's unbelievable. Small foot fracture. If all goes well, an early season return in week 1 is possible for likely. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett in a little more than 15 minutes time. Bobby Humphrey at the top of the hour. He's one of the producers behind Nothing But a Winner. Story of Alabama football from Bear to Nick Saban. Bobby's son Marlon. A lot of the money behind this movie. It's nationwide tomorrow night. Check your local theaters. I believe it's at 7 o'clock nationwide tomorrow night. Nothing But a Winner. The story of Alabama football, Bobby Humphrey. Alabama standout. Also had a 5-year NFL career at running back. He'll join us coming up at the top of the hour. Our poll question. Mark found 5 teams who are, as of now, in college football, favored to win every game they play. We took Arizona State out of the equation. A, their over-under is 8.5. And B, 3 of the games that they're, quote, favored in, they're favored in by 2 points or less. So the likelihood they're going to be favored in every game is small. Now, the other 4 are big boys. And so we ask you, between Ohio State, Notre Dame, Clemson, and Georgia, which one's most likely to go undefeated? And so far, 44% of you are saying Clemson, 28% Ohio State, 21% Notre Dame. That means very few votes for Georgia. But go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton, and vote in our poll question. Mark, you've got some, it's not breaking news, but it's certainly a developing story.
Couple of things going on in the football world. Isaiah Likely, it has been reported that he had a small fracture in his foot, but they do anticipate an early season return, and a week 1 return is still possible for the Ravens tight end. The Dolphins also making some news this morning. Kohu, the cornerback, Kader Kohu, will be placed on injured reserve. He will miss the entire 25 season, and that sucks for him. He's on a make-it year. He's, restricted. He's going to be a free agent next year. This was his year to try to have a successful season and get paid, and obviously done for the year. And the safety, Ashton Davis, did not suffer an Achilles injury, but he'll be sidelined a couple of weeks. He is not going on injured reserve. McDaniel didn't really specify exactly what the injury was, however.
So that's 2 corners and a safety, because remember the Dolphins lost Artie Burns to a season-ending injury as well. Now they've gone out and got a couple corners, one of them a veteran, Mike Hilton. But one has to wonder, Mark, if the Dolphins still need to hit the secondary market and bring in another body, because they were outside of Minka. They were pretty thin in the secondary anyway. And now they've suffered 3 season-ending injuries, or at least 2 and a serious one. So we'll see.
And like you said, David, it wasn't a position of strength heading into the season to begin with. So not great news for Doll fans out there, as the only thing that matters. We've talked about this on this show for damn near 2 decades. The only thing that matters in preseason are the injuries. And the Dolphins having a couple early ones that should give you some concern if you're a Dolphin fan. A Ravens fan, I don't know if they breathe a sigh of relief that Likely's back possibly week 1, but that's obviously a key part of their 2 tight end system with Andrews, and you wonder how much that'll affect them in the early going of the season. Just back to the Jags quickly, David. We talk about week 1 all the time. I mean, they open with Carolina. You talk about a must-win for the Jags. They're at home against Carolina. I'm sorry. All the goodwill, all of the happiness, all of the happy joy that's going on right now in Jacksonville goes right down the toilet if they lose their first game.
Don't disagree. Okay, now if by chance the offense looks great and they lose a 38-35 game, all right, I think the fan base will at least go, well, listen, Trevor, Travis, the offense, okay, defense was terrible last year, defense still terrible, work in progress, whatever. But I mean, at least one of the 2 sides of the ball, Mark, would have to look really promising. But I agree with you.
I can't even go there. If they give just your scenario, offense looks good, but they give up 38 to Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers, I would be blanking my proverbial pants if I was a Jags fan.
And if I was a Jags fan, I would go, well, we're obviously not going to amount to much this year, but our future is the quarterback and the offense. I mean, that's our future. So, if we go 6-11, but Trevor looks terrific, well, okay, then we spend a year fortifying the defense and let's go. But yeah, Mark, it will certainly end whatever excitement there is about actually doing something this year, because that's the NFL schedule maker giving you a W, and you have to take advantage of it. If I can go back to the Isaiah Likely injury here, because remember, yesterday they said he rolled his ankle. Okay, he's going to miss a few weeks of camp. We'll update it. So now they're saying it's a broken bone in his foot. Mark, if by chance, and there's no talk of this yet, but let's just say they put him on the PUP list. He's got to miss the first 4. At Buffalo, home for Cleveland, home for Detroit, at Kansas City. And then, by the way, home for Houston, home for the Rams. I mean, their schedule or the Ravens' schedule to start ain't a cupcake.
David, all well and good, and I'm with you. Hell, let's just say he misses week 1. It's the Ravens. That very well could help determine who the 1 seed is in the AFC.
Week 1, Baltimore at Buffalo. It's the Sunday.
That's a monster.
It's a Sunday night football game. You're right, Mark. It could be for the 1 seed.
I mean, those are the two, I think, betting favorites in the AFC right now.
I believe you're correct. Now, we've said it. Baltimore is the best roster in the league. We believe that. And they are deep at tight end. I mean, think about it. Their other tight end is Mark Andrews. Yeah, I know. He had a big drop in a playoff game. The other 8 years have been pretty damn terrific. I mean, so if they're missing likely for a couple games, they should be okay. But yeah, that week 1 game, we could circle back to that 4 months later and go, well, you know, so-and-so's got the advantage for the 1 seed because they won that first Sunday night game.
And look at the Ravens like to run that 12 personnel. They got this guy at quarterback and another running back who seemed to do really well.
Well, my guess is Baltimore picks up where they left off also in the second half when they scored a touchdown every time they had the ball against Buffalo, and they run the damn ball and say to the Bills, you know, when we committed to the run in the second half, you couldn't stop us from blank.
And isn't that one of the biggest questions when you look at the Bills? You know, they're going to be really good. I get it. How good's their defense going to be?
And how big is their defense? Because they've been undersized. They've been undersized on the D-line. They've been undersized at linebacker. They've been undersized in the secondary. So can you line it up and run it at them? And there are a lot of people that think the reason, you know, anyway, that's the one little thing that's holding them back is could they just be a little more physical? We shall see.
Miller and Moulton. Fantasy Football Summit is a week from this coming Tuesday, the 12th. Hope to have you out there. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up. It's at Shoeless Joe's. The event begins at 7. Dinner will be served at 6. Dr. Roto to give you his fantasy previews beginning at 7. All your questions will be answered. You'll leave with his rankings of how he sees the season, some of his sleepers, and other information that will help you win your fantasy league. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up. Our poll question is about who do you think is most likely to go undefeated this year in college football? These 4 teams are favored in every game they play. Which one is most likely to go undefeated? Ohio State, Notre Dame, Clemson, or Georgia? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett is next. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and safe.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Seth.
Good morning. I was just listening to your ad, and it reminded me when I do for iHeart WBZ in Boston, it's live now, and so I hear the one or two ads before I go on because I connect to them, kind of like I'm connecting to you, not video. The two greatest there's one great ad, and there's people at iHeart want this guy to win Salesperson of the Year.
Okay.
He sold an ad that says that if you're hard of hearing, call this number. It's a radio ad.
It's so funny you say that, Seth. Years ago when we worked in this building we're in now, and we have our sales meetings, somehow something came up, and it's the funniest thing that the old sales manager, Robert Hallman, ever said. He goes, whoever closes the hearing aid place, it's a vacation for a month or something. Like it's.
I hear it and I tear up. I laugh so hard. If you can't hear, call this number.
By the way, JP's doing Miami Notre Dame on Westwood 1.
Really? I got offered a ticket and turned it down.
By the way, how'd you get Bobby Humphrey?
Through the movie, the PR, they sent out an email.
Is that Joe Favorito?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's how I got Caleb Castile. It's the same thing.
They were
Did you guys see the film?
No.
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, well, all the info they gave us, it didn't work. So the trailer, what they sent us to watch it,
I wrote back. Mine didn't work either. I wrote them back and I said, if you want me to do this podcast, I gotta see the film. And they sent another one.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I was
watched it Sunday.
I didn't care enough, to be brutally honest.
It's the first 40 minutes are amazing. It's the entire integration of Alabama football. The rest of it is exactly what you think it is.
Okay.
Does Shane Gillis help out in those first 40 minutes?
Who?
The comedian there that did the SBs, he did a bit on Alabama football integrating. That is one of the funnier things you'll ever hear.
What my argument was, they should make the documentary about that, and that would be a better hook.
They're trying to sell tickets, and I think that would narrow the audience, quite frankly.
Fair. I just think you put that on a streaming service and it goes viral, as opposed to I wasn't like racing to press play on this thing because I could care less about Alabama football.
Right.
It's a good documentary, but I get into, we can talk about it, but I get into Saban's decision to leave. How much did the transfer portal and NIL impact that?
Well, he did cooperate with this project, which I think
he gave them an hour.
Yeah. I thought
that was great.
That's pretty good.
It's a good film. It's a very good film. I enjoyed it. Considering I have no horse in the race.
Right. Well, that's a good it's a good statement for the movie then.
All the games of the last 20 years, I'm seeing them for the first time, but I'd cover them for iHeart.
Seth, Prince's Welcome to America was released 4 years ago today. What's the best song on that album?
It wasn't an album.
Okay.
Oh, well, no. 4 years ago today. That's a posthumous album.
Yeah.
There's a song called Hot Summer that he co-sings with a woman named Liv Warfield, who is a friend of mine, and she sang it to my daughter when she was like 3 or 4 years old.
Oh, cool.
Welcome to America was a tour and a scrapped album, and after he died, they released it. So when you said Welcome to America, I think 2011, like the tour.
Gotcha. It was just a post I saw this morning.
Gotcha. Wow.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. And on a hump day during the offseason, that means Seth Everett. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, the 2 terrific podcasts. Let's see, the one is 10 years and counting. The other's like, what, 7 years and counting? That's amazing.
No, it's both 10 years.
Oh, they're both 10 years.
They're like 6 months apart, yeah.
Oh, wow. You can follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett. Seth_Everett. Yes, it was. So how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
So
I'm excited to listen to you guys. I'm going to stay connected. I want to listen to you guys and Bobby Humphrey.
Oh, okay. For those that don't know, top of the hour, Bobby Humphrey, former Alabama standout running back. He and a few others have helped produce Nothing But a Winner, the story of Alabama football. And
I saw it.
Did you like it?
I liked it. It's good. I'm a sucker for any kind of documentary, but a sports doc, I love that stuff.
Well, I'll say this, though. I mean, this is a subject matter that you could care less about. So
Correct.
That, to me, is an endorsement.
Yes. Well, the first 45 minutes is all about the integration, during segregation of Alabama football. And Bear Bryant was one of the pioneers of that. And I didn't know any of that. I had not researched that. I had never read anything on that. I mean, I'm sure there have been books about it. It was all news to me. It was shocking. And I'll make an analogy. In the Billy Joel documentary, out of nowhere, they show a clip of Trump in Charlottesville from 2017. And you're like, why would this be in a Billy Joel documentary? And Billy Joel tells this elaborate story about how his father was a clothes maker, and Billy Joel's grandfather in Germany made the clothes that the Jews had to wear in the concentration camps. It's his clothes. He made those clothes. This was a personal thing for Billy Joel. And I'm watching this documentary. I'm expecting You May Be Right and Big Shot and Piano Man. And I'm like blindsided by this. That's how I felt watching the documentary. Because the documentary, there's a big montage of all their championships. And I'm like, oh my God, this is such a gush fest. Oh my God, this is gonna be cringe for me. And it was fantastic. And the comments after that segment of the documentary carry you, because all those players that played in that time are commenting on the current stuff with Saban. It's a fascinating documentary.
Cool.
All right. There's a little preview to our Bobby Humphrey interview that Seth's going to stick around and listen to. I may just pull him on to ask a couple questions. Take that segment off.
I'll be ready.
Curious, Seth. We know how much you love the current Major League Baseball commissioner, Rob Manfred.
Oh, yeah. He's a peach.
And just your thoughts on his meeting with the Phillies and he and Bryce Harper going nose to nose with one another, and then Bryce Harper essentially grabbing a bat, sitting in his chair, and holding the bat in disgust while Manfred finished his speech to the Phillies.
Yeah. As soon as I saw that story, I said, Bryce Harper's been on Sports with Friends, and Rob Manfred listens to Sports with Friends. That was my takeaway. Yeah, the fact of the matter is that the players are laughing at the ownership when they talk about, the financial rigmarole that baseball has to go through, to accommodate for this new television model. And the players don't want to hear a thing about it. And all they heard was, it was like white noise. It was like the teacher and Charlie Brown, and then they heard salary cap. And I think the players, I hate to say it, the players are wrong en masse, not necessarily Bryce Harper, in that they should be aware of the changing landscape and what that will mean. But they're not listening to that. Tony Clark has to talk to his guys and say, look, something's going to be different.
Well, no, Tony Clark doesn't believe something's going to be different at all. And the players think the owners are a bunch of lying blankety blanks. And they've always thought that.
Well, you're going to have a work stoppage. You're going to have a work stoppage, and you may contract 2 teams.
Seth, first off, there's no blanking way they're going to contract teams. If anything, they're going to add 2 teams and get to 32. Secondly, there's going to be a work stoppage if the players agreed with everything that the owners want. The owners fight amongst themselves. Correct. I mean, honestly, if I was the players, not to belabor this point, but I would look at the owners. I would look at Manfred and go, hey, Rob, you work out the television. Hey, Rob, you work out the television thing where you get the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Mets and a few other teams to agree with your plan. And when they don't agree, how is this financially going to work where you own the rights to 26 teams and you don't own the rights to 6? And I say that because we're going to have 32 here, all right, soon. I mean, you tell me how that works. Every other league's got a national plan, and they either give all the locals, knock yourself out, all that money's yours, or they bring it all in-house and it's under the umbrella and they divvy it up. Baseball's never going to get all the teams to agree to give up their local revenue. So, Rob, tell me how this is going to work just from your side. I'll hang up and listen.
But Rob also is not going to expand until after he has a CBA. Rob will not be the commissioner if they decide to expand. Right. I just don't know that the market is fresh. It's the same thing like the NBA right now. You know, the NBA was all gung-ho about Seattle and Las Vegas, and then all of a sudden the Lakers sold for $10 billion, and they said, nope.
Well, I don't know if Manfred, I understand what you're saying. It's tough to hold out on expansion when there are 30 owners that are looking at $2 or $3 billion of franchise times 2 that goes directly into their pockets. And that
it's a short-term fix for a long-term problem.
But how big of a problem do they have? I mean, look at their team.
But Adam Silver is pretty aware of this and saying, you know what, slow down. Let's not do this. People in Seattle are crushed because when Adam Silver came out recently and said, well, we'll set up an exploratory committee, like that's not happening until 2030. And I don't think any sport expands before 2030. And especially if Rob Manfred's plan is to get this CBA and then leave, then it'll be 5 years before they talk about an expansion. Plus, they need to figure out the 2 eyesores. You know, is Tampa getting a new owner and a new stadium? And what about Vegas? Is that actually happening?
Well, they've already broke ground in Vegas, and the
they had a ceremony.
Yeah, well, the sale's been approved in Tampa. I mean, and give them time to break ground.
Yep.
And
but all of this is not, the CBA is not going to wait for all of this to rectify itself.
No. We understand that, but it will all happen by Vegas and Tampa will be resolved, whether the stadiums are open or not. Vegas and Tampa will be resolved sometime during 2027, certainly by 2028, at which point 10 minutes later, they'll have the vote for expansion so that they can get the $2 billion checks. I mean, the owners are like, listen, Rob, we got to have this vote. That's $130 million in our pocket. Let's have the vote. Let's go to lunch and have the vote.
Let's go to lunch.
Yeah. Have the vote and go to lunch.
They have to go to lunch.
Well,
can it be a drink, cocktail?
We'll fake it. Or fine, we can do this over Zoom.
I hear you.
But
all right,
you didn't pull a Bryce Harper.
We can't.
You thought about it.
Absolutely, we thought about it.
I mean, Miller and Moulton have in real life. We just can't do it on the show.
And not even to each other. So that's half the battle.
I love Bryce Harper.
I figured you would, Seth. I really figured.
I liked him before this.
Yeah, he's my new favorite player, and I'm a Mets fan. Yeah.
Hey, I saw that ceremony though for David Wright. That was wonderful. That was fantastic.
Wow.
David Wright, the last baseball player that I had an adult beverage with.
Well, we'll have to find you another.
Why does baseball have their Hall of Fame ceremonies and
During
baseball
games?
games going on at the same time?
Because they're goofballs. It's dumb. It's a wonderful ceremony. The word schlep comes to mind, and I've been to three of those in my life. The last one I went to was junior, and that's the last time I'm going. Although I thought Ichiro was wonderful, and how was David Sampson when Ichiro acknowledged David Sampson in his speech, and then to the greatest line about the Marlins, about how he had no idea who they were.
Well, we had Sampson on Tuesday, just yesterday, and he loved it. Okay, he said, and I'm glad people got to see the Ichiro that we all knew in the clubhouse and behind the scenes, and this is how funny he was. You always told us that Junior told you the funniest guy who was ever around was Ichiro.
Yeah, he's hysterical. The last thing I covered in Seattle before I moved to New York to work for Major League Baseball was Ichiro signing. And somebody asked him through a translator, they said, did having Kaz Sasaki on the team make you want to sign with the Mariners? And he said, well, I want clause in contract. No, have to go out with him after game. Mr. Sasaki likes to drink. And I saw that and I just went, whoever this dude is, he's a rock star. Like at the time, don't forget, we didn't know he was going to be great. You know, no position player had come over from Japan. And so there were no guarantees on this. But I said, this guy gets it. He gets it. And he's so sharp-witted and so funny. And, and then Mike Cameron for 3 seasons just taught him how to say bad things in English. I can't say him on the radio show, but oh my God, Mike Cameron could tell these stories. They're so funny. And Ichiro knew he was part of the gag and did it anyway. He was great.
I remember, and it's what they do. It's how people that don't understand the locker room culture never will. Having worked in minor league hockey, we had a kid from Latvia on our team, and the kid didn't speak a lick of English. And Danny Carney was on the team, and Danny was from the Bronx. And Danny was teaching Igor Cyprus English. And trust me, it was very similar to what you say, because Iggy would just all of a sudden come out with a curse word, and we would all just roll.
And Mike Cameron went to Cooperstown. People that had something to do with his career, they all were so moved by this. The social media was lovely. The whole event is just incredible. The Hall of Fame, they're wonderful people. I've told you, my history with the Hall of Fame. I know them dearly, and I absolutely love that event. But I watched it on TikTok, and I saw it on clips. I didn't see it live, and there's just 15 games going on, and it's buried.
Now, I will say,
I don't know what the point of this is. I don't know.
Well, I will say 40 to 50,000 people showed up in person. The village of Cooperstown does very well in the surrounding areas because, there are no hotels in Cooperstown except for
so having it on a Sunday makes sense. Yeah.
Right. Okay. But so economically, it does well. But yeah, what we've wondered on this show, Seth, before you talk about your podcast is, so if you're baseball, when do you have this? Because if you have it during the offseason, you're dealing with late fall and winter. Well, you can't have it outside. No one's going to show up. So what do? Do you take the whole
just
week
have it on a Saturday and have all night games?
That was Mark's idea, that no one plays before 6 o'clock.
You can do it, or have it on a Wednesday.
I think a Saturday for people to go play.
That's fine.
People can get into town Friday. The event's at Saturday at noon. It's done by 4 or 5 o'clock. You can have night games. I think that's the best way to have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. It's a wonderful event. Like I said, it's a schlep. A major.
It is. There's no easy way to Cooperstown. There's one road in both directions and one road out. All right. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, go.
Well, Sports with Friends is about the film Nothing But a Winner. Caleb Castile is an actor. His 2 brothers played in the NFL, and his dad was Jeremiah Castile, played for Bear Bryant, and then was the team's chaplain for 20 years. And Caleb, given his entertainment background, was one of the key producers on the film. The film is fantastic. It really is, and I'm looking forward to hearing Bobby Humphrey for real. I think the whole thing was great. It's one night only on the 31st, and then it's going to be on somewhere. It's going to be seen somewhere. They're not announcing it yet, but Caleb Castile is this week's guest on Sports with Friends. It's fantastic. Caleb Castile was on the show The Rookie, and my daughter loves The Rookie, so that was a kind of a thrill. Hall of Justice is the Fantastic Four First Steps, which I liked more than Superman.
Oh, okay.
And but there's a couple of weak links, including one of the cast members. That's just not he doesn't look right. But yeah, okay. Fantastic Four First Steps is the review.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. That's two terrific podcasts. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, thanks. Be well. And listen quietly unless we ask you to ask a question of Bobby Humphrey.
I'm sticking around.
Who is next on Miller and Moulton? It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football league.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for
For
details.
over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Seth, can you hear me? There's a question in the Twitch chat room. and I know you can't answer it, but maybe you could text it to me and I could relay it. How was Pedro Pascal in the movie F4? Adam, Seth believes that Pedro is the weak link. So there. And I'll leave it at that. And you can listen to his podcast for greater detail and why and all that. One of the producers behind Nothing But a Winner. Which
Bobby is on.
Great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day, and we have Bobby Humphrey, a standout running back at Alabama, handful of years in the NFL, played in a Super Bowl, one of the producers behind the movie Nothing But a Winner, which is tomorrow night nationwide at 7 o'clock. Check it out, theater near you. The story of Alabama football, Nothing But a Winner. Bobby, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. How are you?
I am doing fine. Good morning, guys. And how are you guys doing this morning?
Well, we are great, and we want to get right to it. We ask every author or producer why. Why was this important to you and a few others to produce Nothing But a Winner?
I think the reason is why is that we wanted to show the world exactly what it took, the impact it made, and the constant, I would say, motivation that it presents to individuals who want to watch a movie that inspires people to kind of get up and move forward, not just in sports but in their lives. So we took two eras of coaches who possibly could be the greatest coaches to ever coach the game, and we showed a comparison, contrast, as well as somewhat of how those two coaches went through two different eras to become successful, at their trade. And you think about back in Coach Bryant days, back in the 60s, he had to come through an era where you had the civil rights movements when he was trying to integrate the team and the impact that it made. And Coach Saban now in his time, during his era, how he was able to move the team forward. And both those guys were very, very successful. So that's really the why behind it. And I think people that are even not Alabama fans, obviously it's got a lot of Alabama footage in it. They got interviews by a lot of Alabama players and coaches and so forth and so on that makes up the documentary. But I think people who have watched the premiere, that came to the premiere, that were not Alabama fans, were very inspired. And basically just recommend that, anybody who wants to see a movie where they can see the transition of something going from nothing to something and are inspired by it. So that was the reason behind it.
Well, and that was kind of where I was going to go, as the non-Alabama fan. Why would they be in it? But you kind of answered that. So I am curious, when you go through this, and I get the success part comparing Bear and Nick. It makes all the sense in the world. But give me a couple of things that don't have to do with winning championships that you think that Saban and Bear Bryant had in common.
Well, I think of the success of all of the players that they have off the field is one. And in the movie, I'll give you one with Coach Bryant. Okay, Coach Bryant orchestrated the USC game. Okay, he strategically put things in place for the university in the Deep South to understand that African Americans deserve the opportunity to play on the big stage. The USC game opened up a lot of people's eyes, especially here in the state of Alabama, right here in Birmingham, Alabama. I grew up right across the street from Legion Field. And Sam Cunningham, they had a black running back, a black quarterback, black wide receivers. Their team was a mixture. Coach Bryant's team was all white. Coach Bryant was trying to get people to understand that, hey, we need to make a change. And by him doing that, he changed a culture. You not know that there were not even blacks allowed to go in the stadium. Alabama couldn't even play at that time. Up until that time, they couldn't even play integrated teams. So, he kind of, when Governor Wallace stood in the door and said, segregation now, segregation forever, when he was not going to allow blacks to attend the University of Alabama, that left a staining impact. But Coach Bryant and especially the football team, Coach Bryant was able to navigate through that and be able to make that work. That's life-changing right there. So when you think about greatest coaches, you got to put him at the top of the list because he did it. He integrated the team. He caused those guys to come together, black and white, play together. And I know there was some division. There ain't no telling what he had to go through. And it's probably a lot of things that was not even said or stated in the show, in the documentary. There were a lot of things in the documentary that makes it so powerful and impactful. But he was able to do it and cause them to win a national championship. Walter Lewis, who was the first black quarterback, and he's in the documentary. And, man, he gives some powerful testimonies of how Coach Bryant, was able to protect him, and he put his trust in him to protect him as a black quarterback. So all of those things transpire, and those things are kind of like trickle-down effects. Keep in mind, man, Coach Bryant was he was the most popular man and had more power than anybody in the state of Alabama back during those days. I mean, he could pick up the phone, had a phone where he could pick up and just call the president of the United States direct. He was so powerful, but his back was against the wall. He's up against the wall to something that was almost powerful to him, and he tore down the barrier.
Bobby Humphrey, pride of Alabama, standout Alabama running back, one of the producers behind the movie Nothing But a Winner. It's tomorrow night nationwide, one night only showing at 7:00. Check the theaters near you. It is worth your time. And Bobby, I know you've heard the joke that Sam Cunningham did as much in 3 hours to integrate the South as the entire civil rights movement, talking about that USC game. What did Coach Saban in the hour that you guys had with him? What did you learn about Nick that, you obviously had observed them from afar for nearly 20 years. What did he tell you?
People, I think, and you guys, y'all understand this here because y'all have spoken to y'all have done a lot of interviews in the past. Sometimes the outside thinks that it's all about winning games. No, Coach Saban is about building lives. That part you don't see a lot of because it's overshadowed by him throwing headsets and holding up that crystal ball at the end of the year. But, Nick Saban has hired and given so many kids opportunities, whether they want to get in coaching. I got a friend of mine right now. He had Coach Saban, he played for Coach Saban. And he was trying to move up the ranks in a certain area. And Coach Saban vouched for him. First of all, Coach Saban told him that he wasn't going to be an NFL player. This is what he needed to do. So I don't know how you tell somebody that and they still get motivated and love you. But he's a hard disciplinarian. Basically, he wants those guys to be successful. Now Nick Saban didn't have to do anything like Bear did in terms of changing the entire culture. But I think he took some of the guys and changed their inner culture inside and their thinking and how to apply, the things like working hard, discipline, and have perseverance to be able to make it in life. And I think he has done a lot of that for a lot of his players. And I think what he does in terms of the community, Nick's kids donate millions of dollars to the community there in Tuscaloosa. Now, when you're talking about comparison, it's hard to compare that to an entire movement of desegregation. But you can say Coach Saban done a lot in terms of changing the lives of his players and giving them opportunities.
What do you think the players that yourself and others, but players that played for Bear and players that played for Nick seem to still speak obviously very well? What is the impact that they had on their players that most resonates with you?
Man, you get in the film, when we were interviewing these guys, you got two different types of interviews. You almost gotta, Coach Brian, this is one of the guys I interviewed, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about this one, although it's in the movie. He was talking about how Coach Bryant was like a father figure. And he was talking about how Coach Bryant had a scholarship fund that he put in place where all of his former players' children can go to school at the University of Alabama on a Bryant scholarship. And he said, I had 6. And all 6 of them went to school for free. I had no idea that exists. And I believe that's still going on to this day. Now, this is one of the guys that kind of gave testimony in the movie. Those guys most of those guys teared up in the interview when you started talking about Coach Bryant. I'm talking about most of these were the black guys. And some of the and they all testified about how he impacted their lives off the field more or less than on the field. So he became more of he became more personal, I think, than the players that discussed Coach Saban. They weren't more personable, but they respect Coach Saban as more of a leader, but not personal. But I think Coach Bryant kind of got a little bit more personal with the family. He was tough, but he was still, I guess he had a soft spot in his heart to make sure guys were successful and things were taken care of in their home life and in their personal lives.
Bobby Humphrey, one of the producers of the movie Nothing But a Winner, the story of Alabama football. It is tomorrow night nationwide, one night only at 7 o'clock. Check the theaters near you. Nothing But a Winner. Bobby, we wish we had more time. Congratulations on this project and the great reviews, and hopefully we can talk to you again.
Thanks so much, guys. Y'all have a great day.
Bobby Humphrey, Nothing But a Winner, the story of Alabama football. Nick Saban reportedly in this movie goes into greater detail than ever before about why he got out of coaching. And Mark, because he's a Spartan, but Nick Saban goes on and on about Muhsin Muhammad, okay? And he got into trouble in college and he stayed by him, and he played 13 years in the NFL, and now he's an extremely successful person, much like Coach Bryant.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Logic Man. It was the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by Air Advantage, myairadvantage.com. But Mark, you've seen Nick talk about Muhammad.
Yep.
In which he uses him to help defend when he stands by a kid and catches grief for it.
No, we've talked about that for 10 years at least on this show, that the hardest thing to do in those situations is actually keep the kid.
Yeah.
Firing the guy who says the bad thing or does the bad thing, that's easy. Keeping him is hard. Not necessarily that you should keep him in all instances, but keeping them and sticking by them is much harder.
It gets pretty
Mark
passionate.
Emerson Jr., torn Achilles, done for the year. Browns corner, starting corner, for those wondering who that is.
Yeah, he got carted off yesterday, but they didn't know the extent of it. Yeah. He was, I think, a starter. And I think also, Mark, you talked about the Dolphin who was in the final year of his rookie deal.
Sorry about that. What were you saying?
That Emerson kid, I think, was in the same position as that Dolphin you mentioned in the final year of his rookie deal.
Yep.
And that this is devastating for him.
It also brings up a really relevant point to the Dolphins. Now that with whatever corners are out there, there's now another team that just lost a starter. You better be moving. Brad, that's a great question. It seems more prevalent now than before. It really does. And it's why I am scared to death for DJ Lagway. He has a calf injury. How many times have we seen a player come back early from a calf injury and then rupture his Achilles? Football and basketball. Scares the crap out of me. And Adam, by the way, I will not laugh if the Jags lose to Carolina. I would like the Jags, Dolphins, and Bucks to all be good. It makes my job easier.
And our audience is in a much better mood.
I mean, like today, they're in a much better mood. A couple people haven't been in Twitch chat all day, and I've noticed everybody in a better mood. Imagine that. Was that passive-aggressive, David?
Or it's just an observation. Funny thing is, Bobby Humphrey played 3 years for the Broncos. Yeah, Logic Man. I read the New York Post. If this show ended tonight, I'd read the New York Post every day. It doesn't get in the way for me at all.
Not at all. I mean, not at all. My teams suck. That's what has me troubling rooting for my teams.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts, a pick or two, all coming up. Couple of reminders. Fantasy Football Summit. It's in less than 2 weeks. It's Tuesday, August 12th. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. It's the only way you can sign up. millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for Dr. Roto dinner, Miller and Moulton in a room, a good couple hours. It's at the Bell Tower Shops, Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe, Fort Myers, dinner at 6. The event starts at 7. And our poll question today is a good one. There are 5 teams that as of right now are favored in every game they play this year in college football. One of them is Arizona State. Okay, we're not slighting them because they're in the Big 12. We slighted them because their over-unders 8.5, and 3 of the games they're favored in are in 2 points or less. So we went with the big boys. Georgia, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Clemson, all favored as of right now in all the games that they're playing. We asked you which one has the best chance to go 12-0.
Clemson getting 40% of the vote, Ohio State 31%, Notre Dame 22%, and a mere 7% for the Georgia Bulldogs.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. More injury news, right? Every time you go to your phone, since about 8 a.m. during training camps, every time you go to your phone, you tell me about somebody who's hurt.
That's what happens this time of year, and it sucks. And it sucks for the Browns because Martin Emerson, a starting cornerback for the Browns, is done for the year. He was carted off the field yesterday. It's an Achilles tear. He's done for the season. And I think that's relevant to the Dolphins, David, because they just lost a corner as well. The Dolphins may be as thin at cornerback as any team in the league. And if they're going to go try to find guys that are still out there, now they're competing with another team. Now they're competing with the Browns. So there's a handful of guys that have been mentioned to possibly sign by the Dolphins. They need to get to work. Chris Greer, you better get him in there before the Browns get them in there.
Well, and let's be honest. What other injury do we now as sports fans connect to an Achilles? A calf injury. You know, none of us, or 99% of us who are listening to this show right now, are not involved in the medical profession. But when Tyrese Halliburton had the sore calf, we were all very concerned that this could become worse and more serious. And he was able to play 2 games on it. And in the third game, the sore calf, even though they had done extensive testing and they were assured that the one was not going to lead to another. And we all know in the first quarter of Game 7 in the NBA Finals, Tyrese Halliburton blew out his Achilles. We saw it happen to Kevin Durant in the NBA Finals 6 years earlier.
And right now, there's a guy walking around Gainesville in a boot because he has a calf injury. DJ Lagway. I am so incredibly fearful for Lagway. I don't wish any injury upon anyone, obviously. But when you see that he has a calf injury and you know, I mean, they've even talked about it, that they, hey, we'd much rather have him in camp. We need him here doing reps in every play. So you know he wants to get back as quickly as possible. And if you're Napier, you want him back as quickly as possible. Or do you? I mean, if you're Napier, how many precautions do you have to take with DJ Lagway in this preseason, if you will, in training camp to make sure when you put him on the field, he's ready? I mean, do you take, if they say he's ready in 3 weeks, do you just take 4 because, David?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I want it so that the doctors are yelling at me, going, he's 100%, 100%. And I'm going to look at him and go, job on the line? Would you put your job on this? When you give me your medical evaluation of DJ Lagway's calf, are you willing to put your job on this? Because I can guarantee you, you're fired if you're wrong. I can guarantee it. By the way, this is not a new phenomenon. It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't it feel like we have more? But here, I'll give you 2 very famous and one noteworthy athlete who all ruptured their Achilles on non-contact situations. Isaiah Thomas's career ended when he blew out his Achilles. Grabbed the ball on the left wing late in whatever season it was, 93, 94, whatever it was. He went to go drive. He blew out his Achilles. That was the last time we ever saw him in the NBA. Not touched. Dan Marino, when he blew out his Achilles in 93, untouched, middle of the field in Cleveland. Blew out his Achilles. Vinny Testaverde, 5 years later, untouched, opening day, 99. Jets had gone to the AFC title game the year before. They were expected to return. First quarter, blows out his Achilles untouched. So that's Isaiah Thomas, Dan Marino, Vinny Testaverde, all from the 90s. But it does feel, Mark, we never heard before those guys, were they nursing a calf injury? Was something bothering them? And I don't know if it's because of the proliferation of gambling now, that more information is seemingly forced to be out there. But we're aware of many more calf injuries that ultimately, in some cases, some very high-profile cases like Durant and Halliburton, have led to torn Achilles.
So I am very interested in how Florida handles Lagway for the remainder. We're basically in August, but for the remainder of August until the start of the season. Can I get to this text, David, at 21,000? This fascinates me that someone would still have a take like this, but I'll do my best to read it straight, but I don't think I can. In fact, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do my best to read it straight. I'm going to read it the way I read it in my head. How wrong is it of the old man in me to wish Trevor would get a haircut? I feel like it was great in high school and college in the first year or two, but I find it hard to look at him as a leader of men that way. I know it's not PC or may not matter, but I feel like it's time for him to man up a bit. Are you out of your mind? I mean, stay on your porch. Like literally, that's what you're worried about is Trevor's hair? I'm worried about Trevor's interceptions. I'm worried about Trevor's accuracy.
It was only this year that the Yankees changed their facial hair policy, in which you're allowed to have a beard. The Yankees literally only changed it this year. Okay. Hey, Buck Showalter got, Ken Griffey Jr. criticized him for having the hat on backwards in batting practice.
Yeah, that was a generation, if not two ago.
It was 30 years ago.
2025, David.
I
mean, come on. It is one of the more ridiculous takes I've ever heard. You've got to man up and get a haircut. I'd love to know what the rest of your thoughts are about life and the pursuit of happiness. I'm guessing they're still from 1952.
Well, how about 82? 92?
Not a chance. That sounds to me like someone that watches All in the Family back in the day and was in total agreement with the Archie Bunker character.
To me, it sounds like the Yankees just a couple years ago. Hello. That bothers you, don't? And you don't even have long hair, and that bothers you.
Well, it's just ridiculous. Don't worry about what he looks like. Worry about what he plays like. Worry about what he acts like. Tell me how Trevor Lawrence has embarrassed himself or the Jaguars off the field. He's embarrassed himself on the field with some bad play. But what has he done as a citizen that warrants any criticism? I'll hang up and listen. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when and what's on tap. That's next, plus a haircut. Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind. Right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, it is. The league has said that basically if your hair comes outside your helmet in some way, that it's fair game to be grabbed.
Deadstroke, the Deadstroke, I believe the name of the band, the song is Signs, and I want to say it's 5-Man Acoustic Jam was the name of the band, but I know that might have been the name of the album too by Tesla. Five-Man Electrical Band. I'm sorry. The Tesla album that they did from their Unplugged when they played that was 5-Man Acoustic Band, which I was not a huge Tesla fan, but that Unplugged was very good.
And apparently that song goes back to 1971, apparently. I told JP, the guy at the text we got about Trevor and his hair. JP said, "Sorry, Tebow didn't work out, buddy." Trevor could, but I don't think his hair is outside his helmet. I think he just folds it back and puts his helmet over it.
By the way, Tyreek Hill excused from practice today for personal reasons.
Okay.
It's one of those things to me, if you're the new leader and you're mature, what are the personal reasons you need? I mean, if your kid's sick and you got to go to the doctor or something, I get that. But why are you missing practice for personal reasons? I don't know, Deadstroke and Super Joe. That's kind of where I was thinking.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our final segment on this hump day. If you missed any part of the show, it's not just today, any day. JP Shadrick, Seth Everett, Bobby Humphrey. Go to millerandmoulton.com, download what you missed. All guests every day on Miller and Moulton. Join us. Courtesy of the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. millerandmoulton.com is where you go to sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's coming up in less than 2 weeks, Tuesday, August 12th. Dinner, Dr. Roto, Miller and Moulton, and you. Shoeless Joe's, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, Tuesday the 12th. Dinner begins at 6. The event begins at 7. You want to win your fantasy football league? You want to have a great draft? Dr. Roto could help you in a big way. millerandmoulton.com. Sign up. Our poll question today of the 4 college football teams that currently are projected to be favored in every game they play: Ohio State, Notre Dame, Georgia, and Clemson. Which one do you think is most likely to go 12-0? Close vote, getting closer by the hour. Clemson with the lead, Ohio State charging on the outside, Notre Dame a solid third.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health with locations in Bonita Springs and in Naples. Call today at 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441, or online. It's very simple, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton, and you will get 10% off. We start in 1928, when George Eastman chose the first amateur color motion pictures to guests at his New York house. One of those guests, Thomas Edison. The first World Cup final was today in 1930. Uruguay beats Argentina in a home match 4-2 in the inaugural event. FDR signs a bill creating the United States Naval Reserve, the Women's Reserve, better known as WAVES, today in 1942. Today in 1945, after delivering the atomic bomb across the Pacific, cruiser USS Indianapolis is torpedoed and sunk by a Japanese submarine, killed 880, many of whom were attacked by sharks. No one knew that this ship was out there because it was delivering the bomb, and there was no rescue done for quite a while. The attacks by sharks inspired the movie Jaws. Willie McCovey made his debut today in the major leagues in 1959. It was a pretty good debut. He went 4 for 4 in a 7-2 win over the Phillies. The Beatles album Yesterday and Today goes number 1 today in 1966, and also today in 66 at Wembley Stadium in London. England beats West Germany 4-2 for the World Cup. They haven't won it since.
What was the other thing today in 66?
Yesterday and Today, the Beatles album was number 1.
Gotcha.
Jimmy Hoffa disappeared in suburban Detroit today in 1975. He was legally declared dead in 1982. Today in 76, Bruce Jenner set a world record to win the decathlon gold at the Montreal Olympics.
I'm glad you said that, because when I looked up like this day in history, it said Caitlyn Jenner wins Olympic decathlon. I'm like, no, man, I was 10. I watched it. It was Bruce.
Bruce Jenner was on the Wheaties box.
Yes, right. You know,
Just
Caitlyn Jenner lately has done things, but Bruce won the decathlon. I'm telling you, I watched it on ABC.
1980. Terrible day today in baseball because J.R. Richards suffers a stroke while playing a game of catch before the Astros game. It would end his career.
Nolan Ryan and J.R. Richard were on the same team.
Right.
In the late 70s and early 80s. Imagine that back-to-back games. J.R. Richard and Nolan Ryan. And Nolan Ryan's stuff was second best.
Today in 1982, the Braves remove Chief Nakahoma. They did so to make room for more seating. Wasn't a protest. That team was pretty good, and they needed to sell more seats. Steinbrenner was forced to resign today in 1990 by baseball commissioner Fay Vincent.
Best thing that ever happened to the Yankees at the time. Gene Michael took over. Gene Michael and Buck Showalter built up the farm system, and basically that dynastic run was because of Gene Michael.
Enter Sandman was released by Metallica today in 91. Today in 96, Sublime's self-titled album was released. It was released 2 months after lead singer Brad Knoll died of a heroin overdose. And today in 2003, the last old-style Volkswagen Beetle rolls off the assembly line in Mexico.
Why? Why did they start that?
Well, they brought the other one back.
Right.
You know, they brought the Beetle back.
But
when I was like 16, I wanted a Beetle. Don't ask me why.
Totally.
I thought the Slug Bug was a cool car.
I wanted to just have it for a little while and try it. Always tried to get an old used one when I had no money. I'm like, can't I find a junker? You know?
I had one guy that I went to high school with that had one, and I remember whenever I got a ride from him somewhere, I liked being in that car. It was just different. Henry Ford and Casey Stengel would have celebrated birthdays today. A huge list of birthdays out there. Paul Anka, 84. Reggae singer Jimmy Cliff, 81. Arnold Schwarzenegger is 78. The other Stallone, Frank Stallone, is 75. Bill Cartwright, 68. Clint Hurdle, also 68. Kate Bush, you know that Running Down the Hill song? She's 67. Punter Reggie Roby, 64. Actor Lawrence Fishburne, 64. Lisa Kudrow from Friends and Chris Mullen are both 62. Tom Green, the comedian, is 54. Hilary Swank, 51. Justin Rose, 45. Hope Solo, 44. Kevin Pitsnoggle is 41 years old today.
During the tournament run, Mike Gansey, you've been Pitsnoggled. Oh, it was great. They lost in overtime of the region final to Patino and Louisville. They hadn't been to the Final Four since Jerry West.
And Red Wing, now their best player, Dylan Larkin, is 29 years old today. I wonder if he'll ever play in the playoffs again.
Wow. Okay, I got a lot today. A lot of it political. 1777. First elected governor of the U.S. was in New York. George Clinton. No, not the musician. No. But he was governor. He still, to this day, Mark, holds the record of being governor the longest of a state. Because apparently he did 2 tours and he did like 21 years as governor. He also was vice president for both Jefferson and Madison. And we don't even know who this guy is. How about that? What else do I got? Medicare, 60 years old today. Do you have that?
I did not.
Yep. President Johnson signs Medicare into law today in 65. Wild Thing from the Trogs became number 1 today in 66. So the Beatles album went 1, but the Trogs, Wild Thing, reaches number 1 today in 66. What else? Today in 74.
I don't know. What else?
Today in 74, Nixon had to surrender his Watergate tapes under subpoena. So there you have it.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Bedford, England for the good, where Ant Crocker, not like your aunt, but that's his name, Ant Crocker. He was paddleboarding on a river when he realized that his wedding ring was missing. He said he tried swimming down, but visibility was poor at the bottom, being 2 to 3 meters down, and he couldn't get enough air to get down to the bottom. So he went to the Bedford scuba divers and assembled scuba divers on Saturday morning to search the river. Diver Bex Martin came up with the ring 10 minutes after being in the water. Pretty remarkable and good enough for my good today. For the bad, let's see. There's choices, David. I don't feel like doing a drug story. We go to Washington, where it was yesterday in North Carolina that toothpaste was all over the road. In Washington, a semi-truck overturned and spilled its load of cherries onto the roadway. No old fashions for all of them. The road was closed for a few hours. And finally, the ugly, we go to Finland, where a popular beach in Finland has been overrun by massive loads of poo. The geese are dropping so much poo that sunseekers are tiptoeing through a minefield of poop as officials desperately scramble to clean up the repugnant mess.
Wow.
And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, July the 30th, here on Miller and Moulton.
By the way, one thing that I missed, Eisenhower today in 56 turned In God We Trust and basically put it into law and put it on our currency. I guess it had been on our coins, Mark, but it hadn't been on our paper currency. So Eisenhower today in 56 put In God We Trust on our paper currency. Everybody's playing in baseball today, but since it's Wednesday, it's a getaway day, 9 afternoon games. However, both the Rays and Marlins are playing tonight. The Rays in the Bronx to play the Yankees on Amazon, and the Marlins in St. Louis to wrap up their series against the Cardinals. You could tell Caitlin Clark's injured because tonight's an ESPN WNBA night. And instead of airing Phoenix at the Indiana Fever with no Caitlin Clark, your 8 o'clock primetime WNBA telecast, it's the two best teams in the league. But will anybody watch? New York at Minnesota, a rematch of the finals. These two teams genuinely don't like one another. Mark, some free agent, a player who had been in the WNBA but played the last 3 years in Europe, she signed with New York last week, and it came down to either New York or Minnesota who she was going to sign with. And so they asked the Minnesota coach the other day, hey, what do you think of so-and-so signing with the Liberty? And the coach looked right into the camera and said, she signed with the wrong team.
Ooh. It's all on the line when the Liberty and the Lynx get it on in the WNBA. It's a steel cage match. Loser leave town.
Liberty are 7.5-point favorite, by the way.
Can't believe that they're that big of favorites in that game.
I think
Must be the signing of the player from Europe.
I think it's no Brianna Stewart for the Liberty. I believe
she's
hurt. I think so.
I think what is fascinating about today is because it's the day before a trade deadline and we have all these getaway games to pay attention to who is and who isn't playing today. To see guys getting pulled out in the 5th inning, to just pay attention to the substitutions during the baseball games today.
My favorite is if a reliever starts warming up and all of a sudden he sits down and then he's shaking hands while somebody else starts warming up.
Well, the Twins closer who had been rumored to be dealt, he goes to the bullpen every game. When he goes like 4 or 5 innings into the game, he'll go down to the bullpen. And he always has a bro hug with the bullpen catcher. Well, he does it every game, but the Twins fans freaked out because they weren't aware of his ritual. And when he did it yesterday, people in the stadium start posting on X, oh my God, what's going on? He hugged so-and-so. Did they trade him? No, that's just his routine. David, I will be the oldest guy in Southwest Florida today because my daughter has a play date with a friend, and that means at 1:10, I'll be listening to the Tigers game on my phone. Just me in the living room listening to baseball.
You are aging in 2025. You do know that, don't you?
There's no doubt there.
You were not this old during the 2024 baseball season.
Well, the Tigers didn't get rolling until mid-August.
I know. And you kind of realized it about an hour and a half before the playoffs started. Miller and Moulton. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for listening. It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football league.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton